Gamers,
Gays.
hello, hi. I'm gonna move them. Actually, let me. Just moving it slightly away from my laptop. Here we are. Here we are in this, our final 999 stream.
Y'all ready?
It will not be the last 999 stream ever because it'll be great to revisit for the spoiler series.
Mm-hmm. When I have to play it, because I've never actually beaten myself a Zero Escape game.
You've never completed a Zero Escape game. I am a truer fan than you.
Yeah. I have a lot of the games memorized, but I never beat one.
Yeah. Oh, you'll never guess what happened.
The audio broke?
The audio of the game broke again.
Yay!
Yay! Fortunately, I haven't shown us the game, so my desktop remains a secret.
So for our spoiler streams, I get to be the one who's solving the puzzles.
And asking me for help.
Yeah.
Okay, alright. Good. Alright, let me bump the game audio a little bit, because it's quieter than the YouTube video we were using.
Wait, did you post the stream?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I thought I did. Yeah, it's on Lemons. Nice. Okay. We're here. Gamers. As I mentioned, I've changed, like, our whole audio setup in the sense that the way the desktop audio works is now completely fucking different. In a way that makes our lives easier. But that also means, how do we sound? How does the desktop sound? How do we sound? How's the levels compared to each other? You know, is the game too loud? It feels like the game's always too loud.
Yeah, but then when I watch the VODs, it feels like the game is a bit too soft.
Yeah.
In comparison to us.
I don't know. I like to keep the game audio low, but I don't know. It seems, just looking at our levels with my eyes, it seems largely good. But I can always modify it. I'll bump the desktop a little bit down. Alright. Well, let's just get into it. This is gonna be a long ass stream. I don't have a whole lot of preamble for this. This is gonna be a marathon, a gauntlet. As you can see here, we've done 4 endings. This last true end is going to get us both of the final 2 endings because of how it works. I can explain that when it's relevant. It's a little hard to explain why that's the case. Are you good?
Yeah. Let's look at Sorry, I'm dying. You choked on my vodka.
Oh no. Oh god, the boat blowed up.
Damn, this blowed up. Check this out.
Well, you're here. Alright, I will not be going from the beginning this time because, like I said, we're gonna be here long enough. Yeah, I was also 100%...
Yeah, we're absolutely going to address that.
I am not going to play this game and not address... When we get to why the DS version is a lot better for part of the game, I will be talking about that for sure. And you are welcome to throw your 2 cents in as well. I just realized I haven't been on game capture, which is not a big deal. But here we are. Alright, so here's our flowchart. I still haven't done this stupid little thing, but it doesn't matter. I'll do it eventually. We have done quite a bit. As you can see, it sure looks like we've filled out our flowchart, except for this little guy here.
Yeah, it's only one section. Can't be that long, right?
Totally, yeah. Zero Escape would never hide part of its flowchart from you. Yeah, so I'm gonna be skipping ahead to the first choice here, and sadly we cannot put any choices to a vote for this one, but because I just have to do things. It's going to be a little bit similar to when we did Safe End, but more. Zero Escape famously never does anything weird with their flowcharts.
Yeah, never.
Timelines in these games are so simple.
Mm-hmm. Always so self-contained.
Yeah. 999's very self-contained.
I love how Clover faded from view as she stopped during her jump.
Yeah. So, I actually practiced the puzzles today because I wanted to be good at them. We're going door 4, gamers. I love door 4.
Floor door.
Yeah. Door 4 is a fun one. I really like getting to hang out with June and Santa and Lotus. I think June and Santa in particular are just kind of insane in Door 4. Like, Lotus largely acts like a normal person.
Except at the end.
Yeah. But nothing like getting locked in a freezer with 2 people who won't shut up about ice for some reason. They're like, wow, you hear about ice?
9? 9 of them? 9 ices?
Did we learn about the number 4 yet? What does that mean? I don't know what that question is.
What?
The funny speech?
What? Are you talking about leaf words? Because that doesn't have anything to do with the number 4, I think.
Or are you just talking about 4 being a half-ass number?
Yeah.
Because that happens every time. I think you always get 4 as a half-ass number.
Yeah.
But,
I think we should talk about stonks with Santa this time.
Yes. Yeah, I want to talk about stonks, because we haven't talked about stonks with him yet. And that's not essential, baby. Alright, let's go. Let's speed run. My laptop's all the way over there, so I'm not gonna have my hotkeys, but it's fine. It's a point and click. I can play it like one.
I am the holder of the laptop.
Yeah.
The loop tube. Junpei looked down blankly at what he was holding, then up at June.
Oh yeah, how's your fever? You feeling better now?
Yes, I'm fine.
June certainly looked fine.
Let me see your forehead.
Junpei held his hand on her forehead for a few seconds.
Oh,
Guess it really has gone down.
are you worried about me?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I am.
We've seen both of them. We've seen that when he says no, he's fucking lying anyway.
Yeah, and she's
like,
like, oh,
no.
okay.
No, I don't care.
June blushed and giggled.
By the way, Jumpy,
Hmm?
how did you end up here?
What do you mean? I told you earlier, didn't I?
There was a man with a gas mask when you got home at night. You inhaled some white smoke and passed out. When you woke up, you were on D-Deck.
The deck.
Damn straight.
I will never... The use of the phrase damn straight in these games is, first of all, like, jokes aside, not how you use the phrase damn straight. Like, that's not a context where you would say that.
But is that really the truth?
He's saying damn streets. He's damning the streets.
Yeah.
What?
Jumpy, are you hiding something?
He's talking about the guy who kidnapped him. He's like, must have been a damn straight.
Yeah.
No, why would I?
Well, if you think about it, this is awfully suspicious.
Jumpy, if you think about it, you've been acting kind of sus.
I mean, why would 2 childhood friends bump into each other
Jumpy,
in a place
are
like
you
this?
are you the imposter?
There is a 100% chance we've made
Hey,
that
I
joke
could ask
before.
you the same
Oh,
thing.
absolutely.
Right here.
Are you hiding something?
Are you the imposter?
Are
What
you
would
the
I have?
imposter? Where were you during Lights Out?
Did June self-report?
Well,
What were you doing in electrical?
You're hiding it. How would I know?
I mean, you're hiding
You
it.
mean like the number of men I've dated?
Junpei's heart stumbled over itself.
Do you want to know?
He had to admit he was a little curious.
Don't worry.
She smiled at him.
Only 18
Huh?
times 0.
I always love the delivery of that line, like, times 0.
I just love how the narration is also surprised.
Yeah, I guess I just haven't met Mr. Right yet.
June looked a little embarrassed and scratched the back of her head in a desperate attempt to seem nonchalant.
Yeah, I see.
Junpei coughed quietly in much the same way.
Anyway, I'm not hiding anything. Just like you, Jumpy. When I woke up, I was on D deck.
Well, you do have a point. I mean, why did Zero pick us? We haven't seen each other since elementary school.
I wonder.
June nodded, and for a few moments she had the faraway look of someone in deep thought.
Why indeed?
Look for what connects the victims. That will lead you to the culprit. Do you remember Seven saying something like that?
Yeah, I do. So?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think this must all have something to do with a classmate of ours.
You got any ideas who it might be?
No, nothing.
Oh,
Well, if it had something to do with school, then it could be one of our teachers, or maybe the principal.
or the
Hi,
janitor,
Zerk.
or the lunch lady.
Welcome, Zerk.
Oh, I can barely remember any of them.
Yeah, I know.
Junpei went back to searching, feeling unpleasant and confused. Elementary school. Elementary school. Was there anything strange that had happened in elementary school? As he searched the room, he continued to rack his brain.
So there are going to be quite a handful of these conversations. I might let some of them play out and skip over maybe. I don't know really if any of them are ones that I want to skip, but we'll get there when we get there. This isn't a painting. Is it a map?
But that looks like
Every time.
it looks like a map of the ship's interior.
Oh, this is a great find. I think it'll be really useful. Let's take it with us.
It is now possible to use the map screen.
Yay. I will never do that.
Junpei took one last look at the map, then folded it up and slid it into his pocket. June looked up as he closed it.
This ship is bigger than I thought.
Yeah, it's probably about 900 feet long.
Must be one of those fancy cruise ships.
Of course, it doesn't really look like a cruise ship. Everything in here is really retro. Even if it's just some sort of style choice, there's just too much.
Do you remember what Zero said?
Damn, Zero,
Do
you
you think maybe this
incomprehensible.
boat and the Titanic have something to do with each other?
Nah.
That's a good point. I doubt he would have mentioned it if there wasn't a reason.
Junpei took a moment to look around the room.
Do you think this boat is...
What do we think, boys?
Everyone here who knows what this boat actually is. Everyone in this chat knows the truth.
Well, Jamie's also here. She's just washing vinegar off of stuff. The eels.
This choice fully doesn't matter. And we've
Yeah.
seen both of them anyway, so Sure, let's say it's the actual Titanic.
This is the
one
real
that
Titanic.
sank.
Actual Titanic?
Sorry, by the way, I'm eating. I always make dinner right before stream, and I'm always like, I'll just finish it before we start, and then I don't.
The actual
We should
Titanic?
look into like noise filtering.
You mean it, like, slipped through time and ended up here?
I don't know. I don't know how reliable that stuff actually is.
Before the ship sunk on April 14th, 1912?
And most of it is more just that I'm talking with my mouth full.
Mm.
Huh? What the hell are you smoking?
Huh? Did I get it wrong?
I love how often characters ask that question. It's very this game came out in 2010.
Mm-hmm. Junpei grinned and shook his head.
No, that's not... I mean, come on. I mean, slipped through time? Seriously? I was talking about the controversy surrounding the Titanic.
Controversy?
Oh yeah, Junpei's
What do you mean?
Titanic conspiracy theory that he knows.
Yeah.
It's pretty famous, you know?
Oh, haven't you heard about Titanic
The
conspiracies?
Titanic had a sister ship
I just
that was
love it when he's
essentially
just
identical.
goes like, "Oh, I do know. I do fucking know. You thought you could get me, but you
It was
can't."
called the Olympic.
Oh, yes, I have heard of that. I think I heard it was troubled by a lot of problems. And the company that owned it didn't know what
Boy,
to
that
do
sounds
with it,
exciting,
right?
Jamie.
So they made the Olympic up to look just like the brand new Titanic.
That's right. They also took out a huge insurance policy on it before it set sail.
That would mean that the real Titanic never sank.
Yeah, the ships got swapped. The real Titanic was renamed the Olympic in secret. They used it as a passenger ship for more than 20 years.
Hey, wait a minute. Wouldn't that mean it retired in 1935?
Huh? Well, yeah, I guess sometime around then, yeah.
Well, what happened to it after that?
I heard it was dismantled.
Dismantled. And it doesn't matter, does it?
I love that this whole conversation is working up to that being impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Junpei's like, well, yeah, they made a replica, and June is like, what did they do with the replica? Junpei's like, took it apart.
Whichever boat the real Titanic was, it doesn't exist anymore. It was either retired and dismantled, or sunk in the Atlantic by the curse.
She just brings up the curse like
Just
nothing.
like, we're so ready.
But then that
Like
would
in the
mean
other
that
one,
this
there's
ship
at least
is-
a bit of lead up to her mentioning the mummy's curse. But in this one, she just really drops that in. Just sprinkles
Yeah.
it into her sentences. Like, yeah, the curse.
Wait, what did you just say?
Just really make sure to
Sank
bring up
in the Atlantic
her
because of
curse
what?
theory.
The curse.
What do you mean, a curse?
A curse is a curse.
Thanks.
Thank you.
This one is the curse
Hell
of
is
the
certainly
Egyptian
hell.
mummy.
Ghosts are real in the world of ghosts.
Junpei couldn't understand how June had maintained a straight face to say that.
Supposedly, the Titanic carried the mummy of the priestess Amun-Ra, which was stolen from a pyramid.
Normal.
And they say that the mummy had a history. Everyone involved with it died mysterious deaths. Come on, I'm sure you've heard of it before. Those who open the coffin will be forever cursed. Haven't you ever heard that one?
She sounds so offended.
So you're saying the Titanic sunk because of that curse?
What do you mean you don't know about the mummy's curse? Goodness, you are such a rude man.
Fuck.
That's right.
Fuck. June's eye had lit up with excitement like a child with a new toy.
That's stupid. I don't buy it.
It's true.
How can you be so sure?
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. It was really mysterious, totally unbelievable.
What is so unbelievable about it?
Well, supposedly, she was really
Everyone's
pretty.
making MILF jokes.
Pretty?
They
Yes.
said that mummy was a MILF, Jumpy. A MILF! Can you believe it?
But she was a mummy.
That's right. She wasn't all shriveled up or rotten or anything. She almost looked alive.
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, it's that thing. I don't remember the name.
Hang
where
on,
your
I'm going to
body
do
turns
something
into some
really
kind of
quick with the
wax.
setup here, which is that I'm going to put the chat somewhere else so that I can read it.
That's a good idea.
My laptop is in a different physical location than usual, and so I'm realizing I can't fucking read anything that is being said without leaning way over.
Yeah.
So here we go.
The fat in it turns into something kind of like candle wax, right? And
Yes, saponification.
Jamie, that's the
That's
best
not
part
what
of
it
these
was.
games is not knowing which conversations are gonna come up again.
huh?
That's not it. She wasn't wax.
Then what was it?
They say that she was frozen.
What?
Elsa?
Yeah, frozen.
Elsa?
That's right. The whole. You know how a human body is more than 60% water? Well, all of that water was frozen. The story
Normal.
says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic. Even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
That's crazy.
I think so too, but maybe it's true and we just didn't know about it before.
I didn't know.
Yep. Maybe it's common sense to eat shaved ice in the desert because it lasts forever.
Huh?
Girl, what the
Nah,
fuck
that
are you
seems
talking
too
about?
I
silly.
will never get over how much this doesn't make sense.
But maybe it isn't. It just appears that
She's
way
like,
because you
what if
didn't
we
know
never
it was
tried it?
true.
What if we never took ice in the desert and saw what happened? Like, what?
Girl.
Well,
Akane is so weird, God bless.
June and Junpei talked a little more and then went back to their investigation. But even as they did, his mind went back to what she'd told him.
ice that doesn't melt, even in the desert? Does something like that really exist?
Nah.
No, even if it did, it wouldn't really be ice anymore, would it?
The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Like he'd eaten his ice cream too fast.
In the desert?
Because it lasts forever?
Yeah. I must.
It's a bottle with water in it. This is a bedroom. They probably have it here because your throat always feels dry when you wake up, you know?
My throat's dry, but I think that's because I'm a little nervous right now.
Well, we did a lot. We did run a lot, so we're kind of sweaty. Hey, Jumpy, do you want to take a shower together?
Whoa!
Just kidding.
Too late to take it back. My brain's already working out the picture. My throat was dry already. It sure isn't helping.
I wish the nonary game had refreshments.
Just like a little charcuterie board in every puzzle room.
Yeah, just like when they get to like the nice hub, there's like some snacks.
Yeah. Yeah, in the hospital room, they've just
Yeah.
got, some, like some baked goods.
Yeah, like some
Sitting out.
cupcakes,
Finger
some
sandwiches.
finger sandwiches. Like they got a little chocolate fountain. They got like some juice, some punch.
Chocolate fountain would be schmancy for a nonary game.
I mean, they are in a Titanic.
Yeah, that's true. Whoever's doing this is clearly loaded, so
Yeah.
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, a bed frame. Now we don't have to worry about falling off. I toss and turn when I sleep.
She's blushing again. What the hell is she thinking about? Yeah, this is a pretty stupid bed. Also, it looks way too short for
Yeah.
like an adult person to sleep in.
Also, that looks so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
To be so boxed in.
And like is that like really a double bed? Because it looks like it's like it looks like a twin and a half. You know?
Yeah,
it's certainly not a full.
It looks smaller than my bed, which is a twin bed.
Yeah.
It looks like a cradle. It's a dresser.
A cradle.
There's nothing on top.
Give me the key. Alright. Is it this bathroom? It's this bathroom, right? Yeah. Let's see if there's anything... Huh? This one's a little loose. I think I can get under this with my nails and... Yes!
I love it how that tile is definitely not the size of the tiles needed for the picture.
No. Mm-mm. Yeah. Why don't we go back to the living room?
Okay. Let's go back.
That's everything I need from here, right?
Jumpy, where are you going?
I was thinking of going over to Lotus's room.
Why?
What do you mean, why? I'm just gonna go check up on them. Is there something wrong with that?
Well, no. Come back soon.
Sure thing. I'll leave the rest to you.
Sure. Leave it to me.
Alright, off to the other room. Let's fucking go.
A candle with a candlestick. This might come in handy.
Campbell.
Campbell's soup.
Hey, Junpei. That room's pretty dark. Won't you have something that'll give us some light? No. Something that'll give us some light. Fine. Forgot to combine my items.
Forgot to combine the candle with the fire.
Yeah. I know.
No,
I know.
This is just like Minecraft.
It's just like, what is it, flint and steel?
Yeah. Oh, this is just like making a fire in Minecraft, except it's with a candle instead of grass.
I forgot to craft my torch. I use these matches to light the candle. Me when physics.
Yeah. Love that solid flame.
Oh yeah, unmoving. Awesome, with the light from the candle, maybe we can take a look around over there. But it gets so hot when I hold it. I want to put it down.
Well, why don't you set it on the top of the dresser? It's flat there. At least it won't fall over.
Oh yeah. Good idea.
I love it how quickly that burns out.
Yeah, right? Hey. It got pretty bright.
Now we can look around a little. Hey, if you go back to the living room while the candle's there, I want to know if it looks different. Hey, where are you going, Junpei? They don't let you.
I'm gonna go check out the next room. This candle's burning pretty damn fast. We don't have time to waste, guys. This thing's gonna burn out in no time.
Then we should look around this room now, before the candle goes out. We can examine the rest of the room later.
Damn it, okay.
I didn't know they stopped you completely from
Yeah,
doing
that's
that.
stupid. Fine, I'll pick up the curtain. Huh? Hey, what the hell? Just got dark all of a sudden.
Maybe the candle got blown out. We should go see.
Ah, beans. Sorry, I clicked out of the window. Let's see if this... Yes! Yes, it worked! There's... Yeah, this is... It's a little ambiguous which of these are Junpei's thoughts and what's, like, narration. I think it's mostly...
Yeah, I think it's when it's in the box, it's Junpei.
Yeah. There's a candlestick covered in melted wax on top of the dresser. Hey. What's this? The top of the candlestick looks kind of weird.
You're right. It's all bumpy.
I love that the item is immediately called Candlestick Key.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't want to leave you guessing about this. Well, this is a display case. Check it out, these plates and shit look really expensive. You want to take a look?
Why couldn't they just kick the glass really hard?
Yeah, right?
Well, they probably got bulletproof glass.
I guess.
I wouldn't put that behind 0.
Sorry, I
put
haven't
that
been reading
past
this because
0.
it's not important. Alright, pull that shit open.
Hello, plate.
Alright, we got all the plates.
Hey, Junpei, you got a minute?
Oh, you guys ready to hear about...
Are you ready for Santa to be so normal?
Ready for Santa to be the normalest person in the world? Oh yeah, do they mention that it's reinforced? I'd expect that.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Santa pulled something out of his pocket.
A bookmark?
It looked like a bookmark. It had a 4-leaf clover in it.
What is this for? Do you want me to read a book?
I found it in between some of the cushions on the sofa. Pretty sure it ain't gonna be any help to us, but I figured we might as well hang on to it anyway.
Then why don't you hold on to it?
Santa gave him a wry smile.
You know what I hate most in the world?
Every time I get to this scene, I'm like, it can't be that unprompted. And it is exactly that unprompted.
Yeah.
Every time, it's just like, why don't you hang on to it? You know what I hate most in the world? I got four things.
Hope, faith, love, and luck.
Hope, faith, love, and luck?
Damn straight.
Komaida, Catholics, married couples, and Komaida again because I just hate him that much.
And you hate
He doesn't like
these
getting
things?
compared to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
Not
No, but it's
really,
weird.
Junpei tried to figure out how best to phrase what he wanted to say.
What does a bookmark have to do with any of that?
Yeah. Junpei's like, it's a fucking bookmark, it's not.
Santa scratched the back of his ear and looked awkward.
Well, see, each leaf on the 4-leaf clover has a meaning to it, okay? And that meaning is pretty much those 4 words. It's like flower language. Well, I guess it's not a flower, is it? So, leaf language, I guess? Yeah, you could call them leaf words.
Leaf words.
Leaf words.
Junpei looked at the bookmark.
Hope, faith, love, and luck. The meaning of the leaves on a 4-leaf clover.
So, yeah, I want you to take it, okay?
I will say, based on Santa's canon age, it is possible that he was exactly old enough to start trading stocks when the GameStop stuff happened. I've done the math. He was maybe too young, but he might have been just old enough to trade GameStop stocks. He might have done that.
I believe that he did. I believe that he's out here with the GameStop money.
I want that to be true so bad.
Just touching it gives me the creeps.
You are
Take the
so
damn
weird,
thing,
God
all right?
bless.
Santa pretended to shiver with disgust and shoved the bookmark into Junpei's confused hands.
Here,
What do you want to do?
This is an essential choice. Fun fact.
You
We
gotta
have
take
to
the
take it.
bookmark.
We might be able to reject and then accept, but I've never tested that, and I don't want this to be the stream where I test it.
Yeah. Decided to take it. After all, why shouldn't he?
Alright, sure.
Eat
I'll
it.
take it.
Yeah.
Yeah. He shoved the thing into his pocket and gave Santa a last confused look.
oh, man, I feel a lot better now. That thing was a real pain, you know?
Do you really hate those 4 words that much?
Yeah, well, they can all betray you, you know?
You're so weird. What does that mean?
Something's wrong with you. I am in love with you.
Faith, love, even your destiny.
What had happened to Santa, Junpei wondered. How he'd become such a bitter person.
Junpei's like, who hurt you?
For a moment, they looked at each other.
Well, that's not my only reason.
What?
That's not the only reason I hate the 4-leaf clover. I just can't bring myself to like the number 4.
What, worried about the 4 horsemen?
Nah, come on, man. That's just silly. Maybe back in the Dark Ages that kind of crap scared people.
I will say, this is a very impressive translation of the 4 thing.
Yeah, because...
In the sense that, like, this made so much more sense in Japanese because of the superstitions around the number 4.
Because it's pronounced the same way as death.
Yeah.
And so, like, hotels don't have a 4th floor.
Wow. Yeah, so, but this
Kind of
is
like how hotels don't have a 13th floor here.
Yeah, it's the same concept. But yeah, like, to come up with 4 horsemen, like, I don't even know if I would have thought of that.
Yeah, neither would have I.
So I'm just always really impressed that they were able to pull a reference that makes sense.
This is the
like
21st
the alternative would
I'm a
just be
21st century
over-explain it.
Yeah. I think that this was a good localization of the bit.
I'm a little insulted.
Then why do you hate 4 so much?
Junpei's like, okay, then what's wrong with you?
Cause it's a half-ass number. Not the best or the worst. That's why.
What?
9 is a way better number. So what if it's last place, right? At least it's not some lame-ass middle number.
Santa, that was literally the most suspicious thing that you could possibly say in this situation.
Like, who in the middle of a fucking notary game is like, I love 9? 9's great.
Literally,
What
like,
is wrong with you?
we just heard about, like, the only way you could live is if you
What
go
do
through
you-
the 9 door, and, like, obsession with 9s here, and he's like, I love 9. Like, what's wrong with you? Why would you say that? Santa's explanation made no sense.
No, it did not.
Junpei was even more confused than before.
You play?
Play.
We haven't seen
Stock
the stock market
market,
dialogue
stock
yet. We gotta do that.
market.
Yeah. You mean like stomps?
You mean like the stock market?
Nah, that's not what I mean. Why the hell would you think that?
He sounds so mad.
Yeah, he's like, what the fuck?
He's like, what are you talking about?
I mean, yeah, I do stocks too, but
This last statement, more or less thrown away by Santa, caught Junpei very much by surprise.
What, he doesn't look like the very picture of a fucking Wall Street day trader?
Yeah.
If this dude doesn't look like a stockbroker to you?
You? A stock
Hot top. Hot topic host stockbroker.
He's got those Hot Topic stonks.
No, you don't look like the type.
What Junpei didn't say, of course, is that he didn't think Santa looked smart enough to be a stockbroker.
man, that stuff's just like gambling, you know? All you gotta do is bet on the winning horse. Nothing that hard about it.
You sure sound pretty confident. So, are you betting on winning horses?
Of course I am. You remember a couple years back when the stock for Cradle Pharmaceuticals shot through the roof?
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh?
Cradle Pharmaceuticals?
Cradle Pharmaceuticals. We know why that happened, right? We have encountered the thing explaining why Cradle Pharmaceuticals shot through the roof. Stomps
It's
ways?
because of Spoke
Yes. Yeah. No. I was just trying to make sure that it actually come up. Yeah. So, couple years back, as of
6
this
years
game-
ago.
Yeah, actually, this year, 2021.
Yeah, ready for Soapworld, guys? It's gonna come out next month.
Yeah, Soapworld Beta was invented, and we know that caused Cradle Pharmaceuticals stonks to fucking skyrocket.
Stacked a few bills over that, if I do say so myself.
Huh.
Interesting.
Was all Junpei could think of. He'd never even heard of Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Oh, my friend, but you have.
You're about to hear more. Fortunately, he was saved quickly from further embarrassment.
Hey, how long are you gonna stand around wasting time? Stop screwing around.
The voice screaming at them was from the other room was unmistakably Lotus's. Junpei and Santa looked at each other. Oh, Jamie, are you saying that
Lady has spoken.
Ace didn't tell him that and he just knew it?
Whoa. Sorry, bird right outside our window.
Yeah, are you trying to say that you think that Ace didn't spill the beans? Holy shit, to Santa, and Santa just knew that inherently?
I'm gonna go close the door real quick.
I think it's one of the birds that sometimes nests in in between.
It's probably one of the ones that lives on our balcony. Anyway. Well, because he... Yeah, it
Ace
is...
doesn't seem like the kind to just casually reveal his identity.
All of a sudden, given what we know about Ace from Safe End, it seems weird that he would bring up that he was a pharmaceutical executive.
Yeah, which is interesting because Santa still brings it up and lied about being told that.
Yeah, if that is the case, that Ace didn't tell him, then Santa knew that and thought it was worth mentioning, which is interesting.
Santa sighed.
We better get back to work before we really piss her off.
God, both of the dialogue options for this choice are very funny
I don't
because
want
if
her
you
beating me up.
talk about like gambling, they tell you about baccarat and stuff like that, and then they're talking about like, oh yeah, 9 is the best hand, and the worst hand is 0, which is called monkey, and Junpei's like, wow, this is just like the nonary game, because 0 is a monkey, and then Santa's just like...
He's like, what the fuck are you
like,
talking about?
What the fuck? And with that, Santa walked off slowly.
Hey, wait! We weren't done!
I did not say hi to the birds, but they definitely heard me talking when I went over there, because I think I saw one of them.
He started after Santa, intended to catch him, but... Lotus appeared from the next room, blocking his path. Her posture suggested she was not about to let him pass. There was nothing for it. He had lost.
Okay, I'll get back to work. Damn it.
Her glare suggested any other choice would not have ended pleasantly for him. Junpei mumbled to himself under his breath and went back to his search.
Now, do we want to say Funya Rinpa, or do we want to see any of the other dialogue options on this, our final run?
What are you talking about? The only option is Funya Rinpa, right?
We have done Funya Rinpa every time we've been in this room. Do we want to make Junpei guess something else?
Because we can't get the right answer immediately.
Yeah, we can, like, if you're curious to know what happens when he guesses correctly.
The chat says Funya Rinpa.
It's, you know, it's a hard battle to not choose Funya Rinpa. I was waiting for Jamie's opinion because I do weigh her input a little bit above everybody who knows everything about these games.
Yeah.
But we could do a clean Funya Rinpa only run.
Yeah. Funya Rinpa %.
Yeah, I was gonna say Funya Rinpa %.
What's this?
What do you mean, what's this? Pretty obvious, isn't it? It's a hole in the wall. Like a hidden safe or something, you know? Anyway, let's take a look. I think there's something inside.
Man key. Junpei messed around a bit with the key he had and looked blankly at the picture that slid down.
What's the deal with this picture anyway?
Santa had only been mumbling to himself, but it drew Lotus's attention. She looked at the picture and paused.
I think I've seen this picture before.
Where?
In a book. There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory.
A rather interesting theory.
Interesting.
I saw this picture in his book.
What's this interesting theory?
Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Man, I can't deal with this. Just listening to you talk about it is giving me a headache.
Santa put his hands on his head as though he were in great pain. Lotus merely arched an eyebrow in his direction and continued.
It's not a difficult concept to grasp.
Isn't it?
In essence, he states that the shape of living organisms and their behavioral patterns are transmitted through a field not visible to the eye.
Yeah, simple.
Yeah, Carson is...
Carcinization. Yeah.
What part of that isn't difficult, exactly?
Lotus did not look pleased.
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
Telepathy?
Yes, telepathy. Well, perhaps not exactly telepathy, but it's close enough for a simple approximation.
Santa suddenly burst into laughter.
Are you serious? Telepathy? Who do you think we are? Kids from the 70s?
I love that dialogue. Yeah, I guess the concept is not that hard to understand. It just is like, where do you even come up with that? The shapes of living organisms.
I can't believe someone would actually do serious research on something like that.
Yes, I agree.
Lotus's response was surprisingly curt. Junpei had expected at least some conflict.
I read the book, but I can hardly say I understood it. I'm in no position to defend or condemn anything it said. It was probably just someone latching onto a statistical outlier from some study and turning it into a ridiculous theory. There's no scientific merit to any of it, I'm sure. But even so, I
love how often Lotus is like, here's something interesting that I read or thought about recently. It might be bullshit, but I thought it was cool.
Mood.
That's a very healthy attitude to have towards, like, the information you have. Lotus is
And
great. I love
saw
her.
a picture like that one in his book.
Lotus indicated the picture they'd all been looking at. After a moment, she walked up to the strange picture, examined it, and then spoke.
Hey, what do you think this picture looks like?
Santa answered first.
What do you mean? Isn't it just like abstract or something like that? It's just black and white scribbles. There's no meaning there. That's it.
What about you, Junpei? Does it look...
I guess it looks like...
Funyarinpa, baby.
A Funyarinpa!
A Funyarinpa. See? I mean, this totally looks like one. And here and here.
Junpei indicated parts of the picture that looked exactly like the other parts.
I love when the narrator burns Junpei a little bit. Just like, he pointed to parts of the picture that were not in any way distinct from anything else.
After 3 seconds of silence, Lotus looked at Junpei.
What the hell is a Funyarinpa?
What do you mean? What the hell is a Funyarinpa? You mean you don't know?
Oh, haven't you heard?
How the hell would I know?
How could you not know? That's practically blasphemous. Oh, say you're sorry. Apologize to the Funyarinpa. Goodness, you are such a rude woman.
Goodness!
I love how high he will throw his voice to do that. It's so
Evan
good.
Smith did such a good fucking job with this game. From the elevator conversation to the Funyarinpa to Snake dying in an incinerator.
Yeah. Something I love too that Evan Smith does quite a bit of is he'll ad-lib little, like, not words, but like noises into it. Like
Yeah.
that's practically blasphemous. That was not like written.
And like, what?
Yeah, like he'll stammer sometimes when it's not necessarily written, and it's something that adds so much to every line and makes it sound so much more natural.
'Cause he's not just reading the script and doing the directions that he's given.
Right.
He's putting like a realistic spirit into it.
Yeah, he throws his own little spin on it, and I think it makes it a lot of fun. I love Evan Smith as Junpei.
Yeah, he does such a good job. It took me a little while to get used to him.
Yeah.
But definitely I warmed up to him like pretty well just due to how
absolutely.
wonderful of a job he does.
Yeah, he crushed it. It's really funny because he voiced Junpei in a different game before he was Junpei in 999 because
Yeah.
of the way that things were released.
And he
So
worked
it's very
really
funny.
well backwards.
Yes. Yeah.
Another 3 seconds of awkward silence went by. Lotus opened her mouth as she shook.
I was just thinking about how this would have been one of the instances where it actually would have been really funny if they'd said minutes instead of seconds. You know how they say minutes at weird times?
Yeah.
This would have been, if they had said 3 minutes here, I would have been like, no, yeah, that actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Junpei, are you just screwing around? Forget it. I'm just gonna tell you. This is a dog. See? Like this.
Is a puppy.
Lotus pointed out parts of the picture, and eventually a dog took shape in them.
Puppy!
It looked as though she had a point. It was a dog. Santa also nodded in agreement.
So, now we know what it's a picture of, but I don't see how that helps us.
Lotus nodded and began to speak.
A TV show from Great Britain did an experiment once.
I love
they
her
took two
claws.
similar pictures.
Yeah.
Both of them were difficult to identify, initially. But once you figured out the answer, you couldn't see it as anything else. These two pictures. The first was a woman wearing a hat. The other one, well, to make it easier, let's just say it was this picture of a dog. So, their experiment. First, they sent the picture to other parts of the world, outside the reach of British airwaves. To Ireland, the US, Africa, Europe, etc. Then, in each country, they gathered a number of test subjects, roughly 1,000 people. They were shown the two pictures and asked. The results weren't really interesting on their own. 9.2% of them.
I'm just gonna skip over the specific numbers. It was statistically significant.
After another 2 days passed, they gathered. This time, they only found a sample of roughly 850 people. Naturally, none of them had participated in the first test. They were, however, the results were startling. 10% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. The previous test sat at a 9.2% success rate. Not much of a change statistically. The dog picture, however, produced a very different result. The percentage of people able to successfully find the dog, it went from 3.9% to 6.8%, a very significant increase. So do you understand? Do you realize the significance of this experiment? There was no way the second group could have seen the picture. They lived far away from Britain and couldn't have seen it.
Oh, Budgie, I'm so sorry. You've missed the Funyarinpa. This is so sad.
But even so, it was only the success rate for
It's
the
okay,
dog
there's more
picture that
silly
went
bullshit
up.
on this route.
Why? How did that happen?
There's so much stupid dialogue I can't wait for.
Lotus looked back and forth from Junpei to Santa and back again. Normally calm and collected, she looked now as though she was very nearly possessed, and there was something manic about her manner. Santa took an involuntary step backward. Junpei didn't budge and stared straight back into Lotus's eyes.
Oh, wait, does this have something to do with that field? Or whatever it was that you were talking about earlier? A field not visible to the eye. So, if more people know the answer, then that information will pass through the field. Huh.
Her manner suddenly shifted, and Lotus smiled broadly at Junpei and Santa. She waved her hand dismissively, doing her best to laugh the whole confrontation off.
I love this Lotus sprite.
Yeah, it's really good.
I was just kidding. You really shouldn't take me seriously.
I love her.
I mean, the things I just told you about are true. They really did happen.
She's like, lol, just kidding. I mean, everything I said was true. But lol, just kidding.
But the results of that experiment really aren't anything to go by. They could have in the end, I'm sure they were just in it for the ratings. They are a TV station after all.
Like, that's such a realistic view of life. That's such a healthy relationship to have with, like, the information that you take in. She's like, it did happen. Nothing I said was a lie. But you never know.
Like, she took her stats class.
Yeah.
At last, it seemed that Santa had gained control of his composure.
Right! Man, I gotta admit, you had me there for a minute.
Does it sound like Santa has gained control of his composure?
No, he still sounds a little bit freaked out by whatever the fuck Lotus is going on. I mean, if I was in his position, I'm pretty sure this would be my reaction.
Oh, no, 100%. I just love that the narration is like, yeah, Santa had it together finally, and then he speaks, and he does not have it together.
Yeah.
I, really thought you were serious.
Lotus, queen of doing her own research and thinking critically about things.
We should all be more like Lotus.
Of course not. Like I told you before, I'm sure it's all just pseudoscience.
Oh, okay, right.
I love that laugh. He sounds a little bit freaked out. And if you remember, in Door 6, he had that whole thing talking about the rats in a similar thing in terms of, like, the rats are communicating with each other.
Yeah.
So wondering, like, how would he go from this being like, that's bullshit, that's not real, to being very...
Interested in the idea, at the very least.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and having this entire study about rats memorized, apparently.
Yeah.
Santa and Lotus laughed and gave one another jovial claps on the shoulder, which I just fucking love that mental image.
Just the picture of them sort of awkward, like, extremely awkwardly laughing this off, and then just like...
just the fact that they're patting each
Yeah.
other on the back is just so funny.
Yeah. They should be weird besties.
Yes. Junpei, however, didn't feel so much like laughing. Something felt wrong, unclear.
All right, enough nonsense. We've got the key. Let's get out of here.
Word.
There is never enough nonsense with these three.
Lotus and Santa walked away from the picture. But Junpei stayed, staring at the picture of the dog.
A field not visible to the naked eye. Morphogenetic field.
The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. This probably will never come up again.
Nah. Alright. Let's go to the hallway. I'll go get June. You guys head to the door.
Okay.
Roger that. Exactly, Zerk. Yes, it unlocked.
Good job, Junpei.
Good, now we can get going. Come on, what are you guys doing standing around for? Let's get out of here.
Come on, Jumpy, let's go.
I'm trying! I've clicked on the door like 3 times. You guys won't shut up. That gets so much worse in later games, but sometimes it's still like, I'm like, I interacted with it. I just want to go.
No, I can skip again.
Yeah, none of this is really...
Just Lotus murdering Junpei, that's it.
I'm playing out a lot of the puzzle room conversations because I think that a lot of them are interesting and a lot of them are...
Important.
Yeah, a lot of them will be very interesting to bear in mind later, even if you don't necessarily need them for, like, context for things later, but they are definitely good to have. That's my take, and that's why I'm sort of playing it out. Like, there's a lot of stuff that we've technically seen before that, for example, I have been skipping, or, you know, things in general that I'm probably going to play out this time, just because thinking about them on this route is interesting. Kipchin! Hey, should I trigger this plate dialogue for the first fucking time in this entire playthrough? Because I
Yes.
keep forgetting to do it.
I love the plate dialogue.
Those 9 plates look pretty expensive.
They're plates for appetizers.
This plate dialogue is, like, really important and explains about half the puzzles in this game, and I have just not triggered it because I understand the hexadecimal stuff, but it's maybe a good idea to...
Remember, appetizers usually come on square plates.
Okay, well, excuse me, princess. Good God.
You didn't look at the rest of them.
I will. A voucher. It says... Appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood dish F. 1, 2, 3, there's 10 of them. Flip these over, they look like hats. The middle is super deep for a plate.
They're soup plates. They're made that way so that the soup doesn't spill. If we ever get out of here, you should treat yourself to a nice dinner out.
What makes you think a poor college student has the money to do something like that?
I think there are 15 of these plates. I'm assuming they're for seafood.
Junpei would be into the CDI Zelda and the old cartoons and shit. How the hell can you tell that? They look like just any other. They look just like any other plate from the 99-cent store.
If you ever take a lady out to dinner, you're going to embarrass yourself. I feel sorry for June.
Why the hell are you bringing up June?
The lady doth protest too much, methinks. You are not terribly subtle.
There's a bunch of little wavy ridges on this plate.
Those plates are for serving meat. Ugh, you really are ignorant, aren't you?
Come on, it's not like I need to know this crap. Jeez. It's kind of far away. I can't really tell, but is that a ladle? I don't really think a ladle is going to be very useful. Just an ordinary ladle. No reason to hang on to it.
Ladle, ladle, ladle.
Ladle, 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 I made you out of clay. Oh wait, this is sad. I can't even remember a simple children's song.
If you look at it again, I think he's like...
Ah, fuck. A countertop. We've got a rolling pin and a colander. Okay, sorry. I misclicked. Just an ordinary ladle. Remember, Junpei, ladle, not dreidel. That's cute. There's a voucher at the end of the counter. This voucher doesn't match the number of plates on the table.
It says appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood dish F on the voucher. She looks so small.
She does, because of like the angle.
Yeah. And the plates on the table are 9 appetizer, 16 meat, 10 soup, and 15 seafood. Maybe they're using hexadecimal here.
You know, it makes a lot of sense that she would know this because she's a programmer.
Yeah.
Because a lot of programming languages, I think, work in hexadecimal or something to that effect. I know that if you do computers, you need to know hexadecimal.
Yeah, because that's how colors are.
Yes. I think there's other contexts, too. I can't remember why. It might be because you can store really big numbers with smaller numbers of characters because of base 16.
Mm-hmm.
And I think base 16 is better for computers than base 10 because it's power of 2.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. And hexadecimal is?
It's a number system that goes 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F, 10, 11. You're familiar with base 10, right? That's the normal system of numbers.
She's like, you know numbers, right? You hear about numbers?
You've counted, right? The base 10 equivalents for hexadecimal numbers would go like this. A equals 10, B equals 11, C equals 12, D equals 13, E equals 14, and F equals 15. And 10 equals 16. The 10 becomes 16 in base 10. I know it sounds strange, but you can think of it as just 6 letters added onto the normal number system after 9.
Yeah, got it. I think I get it. Yep. So that's an explanation that you're definitely supposed to get earlier on.
Yeah, they put it right in front of you as you start the room. It's just so that
Yeah.
they want you to click on it right away.
Yeah, they very much want to... All we've got here is a pot and a frying pan. Oh, and a pressure cooker. Well, I guess we could use some of those as weapons. What kind of an idiot are you? You gonna run around holding that thing while you're looking for the dead? Hey man, it was just a joke. Why so serious? A frying pan and 2 kinds of pots. You see that action movie that came out last week? Nah, I heard it was critically panned. I don't know, it's pretty enjoyable with a little pot.
I hate them.
You two are so stupid, God bless. I always have I have an unreasonably difficult time navigating the kitchen sometimes.
Yeah, it's weirdly done.
That's the door we came in through. Okay, I thought the other door was the door we came in through. I'm sorry, please stop yelling at me. There's always really long dialogue when you click the door you came through. This is the pantry.
A rusty knife? I don't think we'll be able to use it while it's like this.
The knife seemed important, Junpei thought, but it wasn't going to be much use the way it was.
It's futile.
Futile?
You know, a waste, useless, pointless.
Oh. Any particular reason you wanted to bring that up?
He's like, are you okay?
Oh, no reason really. I was just thinking about futility.
I was just thinking about futility.
Huh?
She wasn't making much sense. Junpei tried rephrasing his question.
Why were you thinking about futility?
At last, she answered.
Well, it has something to do with the Titanic.
The Titanic?
Yep.
She's about to have another totally normal theory, everybody.
Have you ever heard the story that the sinking of the Titanic was predicted?
I don't know, gamers, have we?
I like to say yes. I like seeing him be like, actually, I have heard, and I know that it's bullshit. I love that.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. There was a novel that had a bunch of stuff in it that described the sinking of the Titanic before it actually sank.
Yeah, that's the one. The title of the novel is Futility. It was written 14 years before the Titanic sank. But
I know. I mean, I didn't know the name of the book, but the story was the same, right? It was just like what happened on the Titanic?
yeah,
Well, I heard it was all a hoax.
a hoax.
I heard that the stuff that matched up to the Titanic so well was actually added after it sank. Apparently, the only thing that was the same originally was that a boat ran into an iceberg and sank.
But the novel was published in 1898, 14 years before the accident.
Like I said, that was the first print of the book. 14 years later, the author heard about what happened to the Titanic. He figured that was his chance, you know? He just went back and changed some stuff in his novel.
Junpei, why do you know so much about Titanic conspiracy theories? Can I ask a fair question, Junpei?
It was his
about why
special
you know all
interest when
this?
he was 11. Give him a break.
So that it matched the Titanic exactly.
Surprised by Junpei's response, June seemed rather taken aback.
Really?
Really. There's no such thing as premonitions or any of that stuff.
He was prepared. For a moment, June looked very unhappy, more so than Junpei thought was normal for such a discussion.
Junpei studied for this nonary game.
He did. But it lasted only a moment. With no apparent reason, she suddenly looked up at him, alarmed.
But, that wasn't the only book that predicted the Titanic sinking.
I had a Titanic phase. I will not lie. I had a Titanic phase when I was 7. I was that bitch. So I understand.
I see.
I understand, Junpei.
wasn't?
Yep. There were 2 other similar stories written by a man named William Thomas Stead. Both of them before the accident. One in 1886 and one in 1892. Stead wrote 2 stories that had striking similarities to the Titanic disaster.
I know this is supposed to be like, wow, he wrote 2 stories that are like it.
Many of the passengers died.
But,
because
like,
there weren't
It's like,
enough
why is
water.
this bitch just writing the same story over and
Yeah.
over again?
With an iceberg and sank.
Why does
I
this
don't
bitch
know.
only write
I
about
mean,
boats
I'll give you that
dr-
it seems a
sinking?
little weird, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't too uncommon for ships to hit icebergs back in the day, or even other ships.
Right. I knew you'd say that.
Zerk, I also had a dinosaur phase. I wanted to be a paleontologist when I was like 4, and I knew the word paleontologist when I was 4. I knew what that was.
You know what?
Um,
Goals.
And
I don't know why I'm saying goals when I'm 24 and not 4.
It's never too late to learn what a paleontologist is.
If I don't know what a paleontologist is at this point in life, I think I have bigger things to worry about.
I knew all kinds of dinosaurs.
Oh yeah, I also went to a museum. I think I went to that same museum because we had a thing where
so weird.
Yeah, when you go in, I think it was a traveling exhibit that went to visit a couple different museums. But like when you went in there, they all assigned you a Titanic passenger, and like once you went through the end, you could find the list of all of the people who died and all of the people who survived, so you can search up your name. I went there with my family.
Wild.
Only my eldest brother was the only person who got someone who survived.
Wow. That's nuts.
Hmm?
That is such a specific experience to have in
instead,
common with
it sounds
somebody.
like
Yeah.
To be more specific, what if he had the ability to do automatic
Assigned passenger at birth? No, it's APAM, assigned passenger at museum.
What? Automatic writing? Wait, are you?
All passengers are bastards?
That's what the crew was saying.
Are you talking about when someone's possessed by a spirit and then they write a bunch of stuff without knowing what they're
I'm
writing?
thinking about
Yes.
people who
What do you mean,
legitimately
yes?
thought
That
that
stuff's a
ACAB
load of bull.
stood for all assigned
Assigned
cop
cop at
effort.
birth.
I have a friend who thought that legitimately.
Okay, let's
Like,
say
buddy.
that automatic writing isn't a total load. These guys still couldn't have predicted the sinking of the Titanic. When this Stead dude wrote his thing, nobody had died on the Titanic yet. So if automatic writing is about being possessed by dead people, who the hell possessed him so he could write that stuff?
That's not it.
What's not it?
Stead wasn't possessed by a spirit. He was doing the possessing.
What are you smoking?
William Thomas Stead was a passenger on the Titanic. He just wrote down what he saw with his own eyes 20 years before it happened.
I think if someone was talking to me like this, I'd just walk away.
Yeah, I would just leave.
I'd just be like, I think I would just say, I cannot deal with this right now.
Like, it's like, girl, what are you saying?
Girl,
even?
we are going to die in 9 hours. God, I was thinking about that one comic earlier that I was like, hey Santa, sorry I'm back. I was doing puzzles, June. It's okay, I am puzzles. OMG, June, no. Junpei, we're going to die in 9 hours. I was thinking about that today while at work and I just fucking lost it back in like when I was cleaning one of the exam rooms. Sorry, I didn't read that.
No, it's not that important.
Junpei smiled uncomfortably.
Well, why don't we talk about this some other time, okay?
It's like, what if we continue this conversation at a different time?
Well, how about we talk about this when we're not in life and death situation?
Yeah.
Let's get back to it.
Junpei tapped June gently on the shoulder and awkwardly reached around her to pick up the knife from the box, which is hilarious because Junpei was standing in front of the box, which implies that June slid right in front of him to
put
block him
herself-
from grabbing the knife. We're really in trouble. I know I'm just repeating myself. This really is a futility moment. Epic futility moment.
Epic futility moments.
The blade is so rusty.
Yeah, I know. We can't cut a damn thing with a knife like this.
If we're going to cut anything, we'd probably have to sharpen the knife.
I love that you can see, like, the seam in the texture
Yeah!
on the blade.
I was about to mention that. I was like,
I
what?
hope that's visible on stream. I know that stream resolution is maybe not up
I
to
know
par.
it's not visible
There's
on the
a s-
3DS.
There's a seam right here on the knife. And then I think it's just, like, it's a texture or, like, two pieces that are put together. It's very funny. Fuck. Alright, back to speedrunning. Hey, there's something behind the cheese.
You're right. Why don't we move some of the cheese?
Alright, guys, time to move it. June and I need to look behind you. Are you talking to the cheese?
I will be honest, that's my internal monologue when I do stuff. I will not lie.
Alright, boys, move on out of here. Bottle of oil.
Olive oil. Drink it. It's good.
Take a sip.
Eat it. It's good. That was a Resident Evil 7 joke for all you Resident Evil fans in the crowd. And by Resident Evil fans, I
You
mean
do
my
mean
wife.
Jamie. Sharpen the knife with the whetstone. Mostly just to clear it out of my inventory, so I don't have to worry about it. And it's still got a seam.
I'm
The seam
so
is so
glad.
prominent, you can see it when it's a mini icon. You can see it down here, too.
Yeah. Wild.
Yeah, I'm sure that they didn't really... I think that they upgraded, like, the resolution, but I don't think they actually changed the models for this one. I think they just captured the models at a pretty low resolution for 3DS, or
Yeah,
for
because
the
that
DS.
stuff was also on, like, the bottom screen, I think. 'Cause
Yeah.
You could...
Oh, and the bottom screen's crunchy.
Yeah, and it's especially so much fun, because the biggest joy of playing 9-9 on the DS is taking that stylus and just going and making the objects spin around like hell.
Oh, yes.
That's the first thing I fucking did every time I got an object.
That's part of the reason I use the tablet, because it's very easy to do on a tablet as well. It's a
can have
larger
fun.
space, so I have to kind of throw my whole arm into it, but you can do movement very quickly. Da-da-da. Sorry, I'm not
You
reading
did it,
everything.
Jumpy. You're so smart.
Freezer time.
As Junpei walked into the room, a blast of cold air washed over him. Almost instinctively, he folded his arms tight across his chest, doing what he could to conserve body heat.
Oh, it's cold in here. What is this place?
Are you blind? It's a freezer.
Santa's teeth had already begun to chatter. Hardly surprising. The freezer was far too cold for someone dressed as he was. Lotus, however, was in an even worse situation.
Godspeed, Grace. Have a good meeting.
Bye-bye!
Oh, no way. That's way too cold for me. I'll freeze solid in seconds. Sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to pass on this one. I'm going to leave the rest to you.
That's fair. And with that, she ran out of the room. As Lotus left, June came in.
Oh, whoa. It's really cold in here.
June's the only one, like, appropriately dressed.
I mean, Junpei's kind of dressed for it. He
Yeah,
has
his-
the layers, but not the length.
Yeah, he's got layers, but he's wearing capris and then
Short
Yeah,
sleeves.
well, his sleeves could become long, but he doesn't roll them down until he picks up the dry ice here, which
Yeah.
is weird. I would be immediately pulling my sleeves down.
And if he did, the narrator would have mentioned it.
Yeah.
White puffs of steam hovered in front of their faces as they talked. June had already started to shiver.
Hey, you don't need to be in here. You had a fever just a little bit ago. You should stay outside. We got this.
No, I'm fine. My fever's gone now.
But
I need to talk to you about Ice 9. I'm so excited about it. Ghibli had scarcely opened his mouth
Huh?
when the thunderous sound of metal upon metal rang out from behind them. In unison, they spun around to find that the door they had only recently come through was closed.
That's good.
Junpei rushed to the door.
no! Why did it suddenly close?
Desperately, he grabbed hold of the doorknob.
Ah!
It was cold, beyond cold. Merely touching it was painful.
The knob's frozen.
But why?
Elsa?
The knob's Elsa? They quickly deduced that the pipe next to the door had ruptured.
The knob's Elsa. Well, let it go then.
It looks like the pipe next to it broke, and
Water released by the rupture had hit the door and frozen instantly. Santa shoved Junpei aside and pounded on the door.
Hey, Lotus! You're out there, right? Open the door!
She wasted no time in responding.
What do you want? What's going on?
The door won't open! Try opening it from that side, please!
Oh, fine. Like, if you say so. Hold on.
Soon they could hear Lotus on the other side of the door. Then the grunting ceased, and they could hear light panting as if from exertion.
It's no use. It won't budge. You've got more people in there. You figure it out.
It's all over now! Doors locked!
Oh,
Door stuck! Door stuck!
Huh?
Oh, that one video where I think it's like people playing like COD or something, and the guy is chasing another guy with a knife,
Oh,
And the guy gets
yeah.
stuck in a door and it's just like, door stuck! Door stuck! Santa was shaking like a newborn deer. Genuine dick sucker.
I have no idea what anybody is talking about.
I'll send it to you once we're done here. Jin was hugging herself and was shivering violently. Even Junpei, with the heaviest clothes of any of them, was clearly feeling the cold. Every breath they took, they could feel the cold working its way deeper and deeper inside into their bodies.
Anyway, let's find a way out.
Do you mean
If we don't get
you're
moving,
gonna seek?
We're gonna be
Are you
permanent
gonna seek a way
residents.
out?
Are you perchance going to seek
Two heads
some sort of...
better than
Way
Exit?
out?
I'm sure we'll figure something
Two heads
out.
are better than none. I still want to know who she's ruling out here.
Junpei.
Who is she being mean to?
Yeah, you're right. Let's just take a good look around this room.
Right.
I mean, Santa hasn't done anything to annoy June as far as we're aware of recently. Which they've had very little contact other than him getting her,
Yeah,
grabbing
that's
her
true.
from the room. But we do know that Junpei just dissed her special interest.
That's true. Yeah, Junpei did just call bullshit on her fucking Titanic conspiracy theories, and that's very rude.
Mm-hmm. Have fun!
Good luck, Budgie. This thing's frozen solid. This pork? Yeah, seems like it. What's this thing? It looked like a tag or something. Probably nothing.
Please look at it!
No, it's the
Oh,
chicken!
yeah, wrong meat. Wrong rock solid
You
meat.
thought that I was not going to look at the rock hard meat?
That's why I was so panicked.
I can't believe this. I'm just gonna,
Not
I'm
that I
gonna
didn't-
gather.
It was
the thing.
because I couldn't believe that you had skipped that I exclaimed it.
I can't believe you have not yet memorized which meat it is. I guess I've always been the one playing.
You see, I see the frozen meat and I'm like, wow, that's rock hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard. It's frozen stiff.
Hey, June, can you say that again? Say it again.
It's really hard.
Again.
Sorry.
Your body is rejecting this. Your
Body's-
lungs do not want to be used to say these things.
I'm getting physical rejection from saying this. It's really hard.
Thanks. Something wrong, Junpei? Your face is bright red. Nothing. I'm fine.
I think Santa should have locked them both in there as soon as he left. If it's that hard, you can probably use it as a hammer.
Yeah, good point. Maybe we can use it to break something.
Jumpy, it's really hard. It's like a hammer.
Maybe we can use this to crush something.
Jumpy, your chunk of meat. It's rock solid.
Maybe we can use this to crush something.
Jumpy, it's really hard. It's like a hammer. Nom nom.
Don't eat it. Maybe we can use this to crush something. I think that's it. It's chicken. I love that the game is like, it's fucking chicken. Stop.
Junpei picked up the dry ice with his sleeves so as to avoid burning himself.
Dry ice is just frozen carbon dioxide, right?
Yeah, it is.
I wonder how warm it has to get for it to turn back into gas again.
Hell if I know. How is that gonna help us anyway?
Oh, well, I figured we might be able to use it to get out of here.
They were about to move on when June spoke up.
Carbon dioxide sublimation point is negative 109 degrees.
Does this line imply that it is negative 109 degrees Fahrenheit in this freezer? Because that seems insanely expensive to keep it at that temperature.
I don't know.
Is the carbon dioxide solid?
1 second.
Any warmer than that, and it'll turn into gas.
Because
Any
it sure
lower,
sounds like it's
and it
supposed to be
becomes
less
a
than
solid.
that. Junpei looked at her, dumbfounded.
Sorry, I'm Googling.
You're fine, I'll take over.
Okay, it is negative 78.5 degrees Celsius and indeed 109.3 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, I know once the temperatures get, I think Celsius and Fahrenheit are the same at like negative 40 or something like that. So yeah, once you're down below that. But yeah, that's like, negative 109 degrees is like unfathomably cold.
Yeah, they should...
Are they cooling this thing with fucking liquid nitrogen? Like, I don't think you can live in that.
Yeah, it might be that the little container that they
Oh,
had there
that's
was
true.
keeping it cold.
That's true. Yeah, because I think you can, I think...
It's like you can transport dry ice without the entire truck being
Yeah.
a negative 109 degrees with something. It just has to be very contained in like a
That makes more sense.
temperature tight container.
Yeah, why were they storing the chicken at negative 109 degrees Fahrenheit is my
Make
follow-up
sure that
question.
it's rock solid. They need that chunk of meat to be rock solid.
I guess.
Despite my looks, I am the clean... the queen of random knowledge.
Looks bad to mess up when you're showing off.
I do love that exchange. They're like, it's bad to mess up when you're showing off.
I remember that like
Renna
anime
Stroger
girls
delivered that line.
making inhuman noises posted that once.
Oh, it's so true. Our clean.
They're clean of random knowledge.
Oh, you're so cold your mouth's going numb?
Akane, my clean.
Yuff, that's fight.
You're just doing that on purpose, aren't you?
June giggled and did her best to hide her guilt. At least she was still feeling good enough to joke around, Junpei told himself.
Come on, guys. Don't you think that's kind of weird?
How they're acting or the ice?
Yeah.
I wonder why it doesn't turn into a liquid first.
Oh, the ice. Santa was now shivering at an astounding rate, but his curiosity seemed unaffected. I'm convinced that the reason why he so hard turned this conversation is because he was tired of seing them flirt with each other.
Yeah, I definitely think he's fucking sick of it after all the bullshit.
Wow, guys, that's so weird about carbon dioxide. Isn't that so weird, guys?
Dry ice is so weird. Can we please talk about dry ice?
It's like, I hate love.
He does hate love. It all makes sense. He hates love. That's why he's doing this.
He hates seeing people flirt in front of him.
It did seem rather odd, right?
Yeah. I think it should be weirdo than normal than weirdo again. I think that's really fun.
I think I have to be interested.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like you have to be interested and then
Yeah.
like when they're like Junpei thought
It
is
is
like
kind of weird.
Junpei was amazed or Junpei thought this was bullshit.
Yeah, we do have to. That is, believe it or not, required dialogue.
Yeah, you have to be interested in talking about Ice 9.
Yep.
That's why they give you 2 chances to
Yep.
get into it. Just like you have 2
Yeah.
chances to accept the bookmark.
Is that the case? Can you not? Is it possible to be a normal person there and then like unfuck it for yourself?
Yeah. That's what we did
Huh.
last time that we were in here. That we
Well-
rejected it, then we said, okay, yeah, we are interested. And then when they were like,
Yes, but
what's
does
Junpei's
that-
reaction to this? And then we were
Yeah, but I
normal
don't know
again, but that didn't have any effect on it.
Yeah, I just don't know if that gets the flag
Mm-hmm.
for
I think,
what we need for true end.
yeah, I think the reason why they give you
But
2
it can
choices is that
turn into a
you can
liquid.
still hit that flag.
Maybe so.
Because if they give you, if rejecting it the first time made it so you couldn't get that flag, why would they bother giving you a second
that's
time
true.
to redeem yourself?
That's true. This one's a little
Carbon
more
dioxide
difficult to
turns
say, I think.
liquid if you put it under high enough pressure. But at 1 atmosphere, normal air pressure.
It won't turn into a liquid, right?
That's right. Instead of melting, it'll do what's called sublimating and change immediately from a solid state to a gaseous one.
See, that is weird. Water's a liquid between 32 degrees and 212 degrees.
Why do you guys
Why
just know
isn't
this
that
stuff?
the case for carbon dioxide?
I mean, the freezing and boiling points for water aren't
Like,
that
I
weird
don't
to know.
remember the exact boiling point of water.
You don't cook.
Yeah. Santa cooks! New Santa lore unlocked. Santa cooks. June replied with an answer that stunned both of them.
Or at the very least, you don't boil a lot of water.
Yeah.
That wasn't meant as like a dunk. I was just like, if you cook a lot, it's something that's good to know.
Yeah. But it just means that our Santa is a good
There's
little
a kind
cook.
of ice that
Yeah.
doesn't
He probably
turn
cooked for his
until liquid.
sister
I was
when
gonna say
she
he
was
fucking
not
raised,
dead.
Yeah, he raised his sister until she died.
He made mac and cheesy for her.
Yeah.
I heard about it. Its melting point is 96
Santa
degrees.
Millwife housewife.
Yes, he do the cooking. Yes, he do the cleaning.
Stop.
Ice with a melting point of 96 degrees?
You mean there's water that freezes at 96 degrees?
Yeah,
We get it, guys. It happens at 96 degrees.
Oh my god.
I heard it's called Ice 9.
Ice 9?
Ice 9?
Ice 9?
Ice 9.
Ice 9 was a made-up substance invented by a science fiction author.
Cat's Cradle.
Cradle?
But recently,
I do
scientists
sincerely believe
discovered
Cradle
that such a
Pharmaceuticals is probably a
substance
reference to
actually
Cat's Cradle.
exists.
Oh,
Just the
absolutely.
name of it. It doesn't. It's not deeper than that.
Wait,
But I
So
think
is
it's
this thing
fun
called Ice
that this
9,
game
or is
brings
it
up Cat's
water?
Cradle and then named a thing after it. I think that's
Like
fun.
I said, if the ice is over 96 degrees, it'll be liquid. So
Yeah, okay,
you could
96
think
degrees.
Of it as a polymorph of H2O. Here, think of it like diamonds and graphite. They're both
So it's
made
like a
of
structure
but
of
depending on the
molecules of
structure-
water,
so you're
basically.
saying normal...
Yup.
That gives it different properties.
Mm-hmm.
Which is true. There are several discovered polymorphs of water
Have you
in real
heard
life.
the story about the
they're not like
crystallization of
that,
glycerin?
Yeah.
but there are polymorphs of like ice.
For 150
There actually
years
is an Ice
after the
9 in real
discovery
life,
of
but
glycerin,
it's not
people
like that.
cooled it. They did all sorts of things to it.
It in fact does not have a fucking melting point of 96 degrees. That's fake and made up. And I think it's written with Roman numerals, possibly because of Cat's Cradle. They didn't want to call it just the regular Ice 9. So it's like ice, IX or whatever.
But whatever they did, it never crystallized. However, one day in 1920, some glycerin on its way to England by ship was discovered to have crystallized during the trip. Scientists around the world wanted to research this new
This is, for the record,
crystallized
fully
form of
made up.
glycerin. Oh, a seed is a sample of the original crystallized substance. With a seed crystal, further crystallization of glycerin would be easy. However, something very strange happened. Not only did the glycerin encouraged by seed crystals begin to crystallize, even the samples nearby did, even though they were tightly sealed. And it didn't end there. After that day, it doesn't matter where in the world it is. All glycerin crystallizes naturally when cooled to less than 64 degrees. Before that day, no matter how glycerin was cooled, it refused to crystallize. But once the crystallization had begun,
I mean, Sage, in fairness, they do not do very much to draw a distinction between the things that are real and the things that are not real in this game. I just happened to get curious and look at a list of things when I was playing, because I found, like, Thonky or something had a list of, like, all the weird bullshit they bring up and which things are true and which things are not true. So that's really the only reason I know, is because I looked into it. Because you really,
It was
the
almost
game
like-
does not
how do I
tell you.
It was almost like all the glycerin in the world was communicating. Communicating in some way that we
Through a
can't
field that we
sense.
can't observe with our naked eye?
I think perhaps.
Only through the
Well,
clothed
it's happening
eye.
everywhere.
I've made
I
that
thought
joke
it was the
like,
shapes of living organisms. Is glycerin alive?
Yes.
That is a fair question.
I think it's
Jamie.
supposed to be real in universe because
Yeah.
7 had that thing about EDT crystals.
Yeah, I do think that in universe it's meant to be. Junpei was honestly impressed.
It's in fact a pretty interesting story.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. But, what does that have to do with Ice 9?
To a surprise, it was Santa and not June who answered.
What she's saying is that it's a lot like Ice 9. What happened?
A lot like? Oh, that would be bad. If water everywhere started freezing at 96 degrees? Man.
That's
It'd be
bad
the
news
end of the
bears.
world.
Yeah.
Junpei felt.
Fuck,
Anyway.
sorry.
Junpei felt.
Junpei
No, it's
felt.
fine.
Yeah, it's not. He was.
Get out of here.
He's
Like,
like,
just
it's
be
weird.
like, wow, that's
Yeah.
weirdo.
Sorry, I was half paying attention because I was just pulling up the ending guide really quick to double check what the other flags are. So I just know
Don't
them.
worry, I got all
Yeah.
the flags memorized.
Yeah, it's not very many. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't. I had them. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything.
Mm-hmm.
He was right. Junpei shivered.
Alright, guys. I think that's enough of that. I didn't think we'd get quite this far off topic.
It's like, all I wanted was for you guys to just stop flirting in front of me.
Yeah.
Fault here, but we can't be screwing around.
He's like, I did bring it up.
I take
Seriously.
responsibility, but let's get the
I'm
fuck
not gonna
out.
buy the name Santa right now, but I didn't grow up in Iceland.
Iceland isn't even cold, you dipshit.
Iceland.
I freaking hate the cold. So let's get cracking, alright? We gotta find a way out of here.
Santa stomped off, clearly doing his best to pretend the cold wasn't affecting him.
Selfish, isn't he?
Still, Santa was right, and it was high time they got back to their search.
Ice 9 is interesting and all, but we can discuss it more once we get out of this freezer.
Junpei looked at June, nodded, and resumed his search out of the room. Y'all ready to make things go boom? Love that rope. Oh wait, look at the rope. I think that's the same, like, model that they used for... Almost the same model that they used for the cable.
The cable looks a little different because I don't think it is open in the middle. I think the cable is literally like a little figure eight. I think it's tightly closed, actually.
Okay, yeah, you're
But
probably right.
They modeled it in a very similar way, which is to say, it's definitely just a chunk with textures on it.
Mm-hmm.
I
love
it.
that. It reminds me of Fire Emblem Warriors.
Jumpy, your meat.
I love how that apparently destroyed the meat.
Yeah. Sharpening the knife destroyed the whetstone, apparently. The game does give you a little bit more guidance on the bomb thing. If you ever, like, you can at each step, like, try to put it on the door, and it'll be like, no, I need this. I just haven't been doing that. But, like, just to clarify, the game is nice to you if you don't understand things for the most part.
Yeah. Warm water dripped from the ruptured pipe near the door.
Put water into the bottle with dry ice, and make sure the lid's closed. Now I just have to put this
Junpei
makeshift bomb
destroyed
on
his
the
meat?
doorknob. Alright. So, what do we do now?
We just need to give it a little, tap. The bottle's already about to pop. If we just throw a rock or something at it, it'll go off all on its own.
A small rock. Huh.
You didn't say it had to be small.
Small rock. Huh. Junpei looked down at the floor.
Small rock.
Colonel. Santa. So it seems to me a small rock. Scattered across it were pieces of dry ice left over from the large chunk he'd crushed earlier.
Alright, this ought to do the
A
trick.
large rock the size of a small rock.
Exactly.
He pulled his sleeve down over his hand to keep from getting burned and grabbed the chunk of dry ice.
Ah, some dry ice, huh? Not a bad idea.
It was a pretty good size. About as big as a pool ball.
Alright, guys, stand back.
Both Santa and June looked at him with new concern.
Where exactly do you expect us to hide, genius?
There isn't really anywhere big enough.
Down.
Get in the bunker.
Yeah, there is. Look, right here. We can hide.
Junpei pulled open the door to the small cellar.
Come on, get inside, quick.
Santa and June nodded and jumped down into the hole. Junpei quickly followed. In his hand, he could feel the chill of the frozen carbon dioxide even through his sleeve. He tightened the grip, took aim, and prepared to throw.
Alright, here I go. 3, 4, 5.
You're counting the wrong way.
I love you, dipshit.
I am...
That is a really sad excuse for a joke, man.
Sorry, dude. Alright, for real this time. You guys ready?
God.
Imagine if he missed.
Whenever you're ready.
Just throw the damn thing.
Alright, here I go. 3, 2, 1.
Boom!
Junpei threw the chunk of ice as hard as he could. With the same motion, he ducked into the cellar with Santa and June just as...
Nice.
Junpei leapt out of the cellar and ran to the door.
Jumpy! The ice on the door! Is it gone?
Yeah, it's gone.
The blast must have shattered it.
Yes. All right. Let's see if it opens.
Junpei grabbed the knob and pushed with all of his might. The door gave way easily, and all three of them tumbled out of the freezer at once.
Hooray! We're out!
June, relieved, collapsed onto the floor.
Move.
Santa shoved past Junpei and ran straight to the grill, which he immediately grabbed.
Oh, god damn it. Hot, 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 hot. Fuck.
I love that line so much.
I love everything about this stupid fucking moment where he rushes over to the grill and puts his hands on it. And then he gets mad at the grill.
Proceeded to kick the grill in a futile but amusing fit of rage.
Well, you did just grab the grill. What did you think would happen? Hey, where's Lotus?
How does he not have massive burns on his hands for the rest of the Nonary game?
I mean, it was
Must be
only
in a
for
really
a second.
Yeah, it also might have been just like a really slow, small sizzle.
Yeah, like it may not have been super high heat, and it, for all we know, he put his hands on there and immediately took them off.
Yeah,
you can
probably.
sometimes get out of having a burn if it's low enough temperature.
Welcome
Took
back.
Jump.
I was starting to get tired of waiting for you guys.
Took Junpei only a moment to find her. She was sitting on the counter, idly scratching her chest. The boo bitch.
Yeah.
With a great yawn, Lotus lowered herself off the counter. Junpei clenched his teeth and walked toward her.
What were you doing?
What do you mean, what was I doing? I was waiting.
We were gonna die.
Oh, yeah? But you didn't. So everything worked out all right, didn't it?
What the hell?
Just kidding. It might not look like it, but I was really worried.
Oh, don't give me that crap.
I'm telling the truth. I mean, if you died, then I'd be in trouble too. If you died, then I'd be stuck here, and I'd die too. See? I did all I could. I even looked around to see if there was anything I could use to pry open the door. But I couldn't find any. So, all I could do was wait. I mean, what else did you want me to do? Call the cops?
It was true that there wasn't much she could have done, but something about her tone. Junpei gritted his teeth.
Fine. But there's one thing I have to ask you.
What's that?
You didn't close the door, did you?
What? You think I closed the door on you? Why would I do something like that? It closed on its own. I told you before, if you die, then I die too.
Yeah, I guess so.
It seemed that an accident was the only explanation for the door's closure.
If she really wanted to kill us, all she had to do was bar the door from the outside. But she didn't. Well, she didn't do anything. She's only lazy, or negligent at least, not an attempted murderer.
No. Junpei swallowed his anger and did his best to apologize.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I doubted you.
Oh, yes, well that's all right. As long as you understand.
Lotus looked away and twirled her hair between her fingertips. His vengeance upon the grill complete, Santa swaggered back toward Junpei and Lotus.
Now there's a visual.
Yeah.
Like he's proud of it.
Yeah.
Hey, no more screwing around, you two. Break time's over.
Yeah, because you have not screwed around even once this whole game.
Especially for you, lady. You've just been sitting on that fat ass of yours while we were freezing to death.
How rude! I was plenty busy.
Jamie. Santa swag?
Santa swag moments.
Yeah.
Santa
How
droop.
about you put all that energy into something besides bitching? Let's go.
I do love that line.
The line is so fucking good.
How about you put all that energy into something besides bitching? Let's go. Alright. I cooked the meat.
Hey, what are you doing?
I cooked the
What are
meat.
you gonna do if the paper burns?
Come on, it'll be fine. I mean, it's not like it's gonna burn right away, right? We just gotta keep an eye on it, and the paper will be fine. Well, they can argue all they want. I'm gonna keep an eye on this pork. Cool, looks like it's about time. I'm gonna try taking the paper out.
Jumpy, be careful.
Sweet of her to care, but I know what I'm... Ouch!
See? I told you.
Hey, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and take the paper out. It's not coming out. This thing's frozen stiff. I can't get it out.
So we're going to have to cut the meat?
Yeah, it looks that way. Alright, now that I've sharpened the knife, yes, I cut the pork. Awesome, Junpei.
What if he said awesome sauce?
Stop. In 2027?
I don't think Santa would say awesome sauce, but I do think that
Junpei
Junpei would
might.
say awesome sauce at least once.
C plus 10 plus F, that makes 43 if memory serves. I have too many of these passwords committed to memory. Iron oven looks pretty heavy duty.
It's probably industrial quality. I bet you could cook anything with this.
Anyway, let's have a look inside. Damn, I knew it, it's locked. Yeah. And then you're gonna explain how to enter a fucking password. Yeah.
Good job, Jumpy.
We got the Saturn key card.
Woo! Mean. Let's leave the fuck this room.
Yeah. Yay!
You did it, Jumpy. Let's get the fuck out of here.
I thought I should have said fuck.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go.
I think we've been here
Skip,
before.
you think, right?
Yeah.
I
I
just
think all
realized
that
I
happens is Lotus kills Junpei.
I need to go through
And
my
he
photos
dies.
and find my password cheat image because I just remembered there's a really long password later on that I actually don't have memorized because it's a lot of digits. Where's my cheating? There it is. Okay. Just so I have it. These people talk for so long about everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, the doors won't open. Oh no, the reds are gone.
Oh no!
Oh no.
And then everybody meets up in the hospital room. Yay! A part of me wants to play out the scene in this room where Ace is like, "Oh, I'll sacrifice myself," just because it's funny now that we've seen Safe End.
Yeah. Okay, I was looking over at chat, and Grandpa and Piss Time are in two different lines, so I looked over and just saw Piss Time. I love that little surprised Ace sprite. It's
Yeah.
like,
3 bong? Oh, 12 bong.
Oi, Junpei, it's
Oi.
12 bong.
Hi, Junpei. These people talk so much. I promise the skip feature's better in the next game. Much faster. You can do a whole route in like, what, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
We timed it out for, I was speedrunning. We did
The
a couple of
scene
endings.
transitions are like the same in this version are same between all, the skip and regular playing through.
Mm-hmm.
But in the next game, the scene transitions go by a lot faster.
They tighten them up quite a bit.
We gonna go talk to everyone since this is our return
Absolutely.
run?
I was just thinking about that. Yep. There's some great dialogue in there. Well,
Time for look for Snocky.
Let's split up.
All right, I'll take this direction.
Then I shall look that way.
Bitch.
I'll be over
Bitch.
here.
See you all later.
Soon only 2 of them were left. Those 2 were Junpei and June, who had only been a few steps behind the others.
All right, we should go too.
Yes, let's. But where should we start?
Let's see.
I'm just gonna run down the line.
How about the casino on B deck?
Okay, let's go, Jumpy.
They took off up the stairs at a run. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. She was leaning against the wall, examining her nails.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
She glanced up at him, unimpressed.
Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake.
I'm just not seeing it.
Really? Maybe you need to look harder.
I don't think that's the problem.
Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it?
What is it?
Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up?
Team up?
Yeah. What? You need me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door?
Even if we wanted to, that's impossible.
Why?
Jumpy's bracelet number is 5, mine is 6, and yours is 8. Our digital route would be 1.
Imagine going through door 1 with this crew.
But there's no
That'd be
number
fun.
1 door in the large hospital room. The only doors there are 3, 7, and 8.
Then we add another person.
Huh?
Who?
What? Isn't that easy? 7.
Oh, if we add 7. 5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 7 equals 26. The digital root of 26, 2 plus 6 equals 8.
Then the 4 of them could go through door number 8 door.
Wait a minute.
But
What about the other 4? Ace, Snake, Santa, and Clover.
Fuck them.
Well, why don't you add them up?
that was simple
1
enough.
plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10. And 1 plus 0 equals 1. The digital root for those 4 would be 1.
That's right.
And you know the number 1 door isn't in...
Of course I know that.
No! Are you saying you'd leave them behind?
Of course not. What kind of woman do you think I am? Once we get off the ship, we could come back and rescue them, couldn't we? Then we wouldn't really be leaving them behind.
Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you'd do anything of the sort.
Really? Why do you think that?
You remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage to escape, there's no way we could come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours.
Well, you never know until you try.
No, you're not thinking this through. Even if we brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4 of us couldn't open door 9. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Yeah, Yeah, that's right. The digital route for the 4 of us would be 8, so we'd have to add Ace to make 9.
That's right.
Fuck, sorry.
Unless we bring Ace too, we'll be stuck.
Lotus scratched the back of her ear.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate.
Unfortunate. That's all you have to say?
She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said, nor did she seem particularly surprised.
Well, let's try and find another way, okay? A way to get out of here with all 8 of us.
That's impossible. Are you being serious? And you do know that only 5 people, at most, can go through one of the numbered doors, right? The number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule.
Hey Lotus, how do you know
Regardless,
that?
At least 3 people will get left behind.
Huh?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Like, it's a fair extrapolation, but for her to just so confidently say, like, the 9 door won't be different.
Well, like, she's right, but how does she know?
Yeah.
The moment he said it, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine.
No. Wait just a second. You're skipping over a really big detail.
Yes, what she said was true, but how Lotus could remain cavalier about so terrifying a prospect was behind him. Beyond him.
It was behind him.
Is that really okay? That means 3 people will die in the end. Are you okay with that? That's just...
Lotus's forehead furrowed.
You think I could have a moment alone? There's some things I need to think about.
Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus.
That didn't turn out to be a very pleasant conversation.
Yeah.
Junpei's heart felt heavy and his steps sluggish. But he told himself pessimism would get them nowhere.
Well, regardless,
So he forced himself to smile and turned to June.
let's just focus on finding Snake for now, okay?
Yes, you're right. We can think about those other things later.
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
All right. Where should we go next?
Cabin.
Let's go take a look at the first-class cabin. It's really close.
They turned around and took off down the hallway to their left. So they talked to Lotus by the casino, they talked to Clover over here, they talked to Ace in the hallway, they talked to Santa in the hospital room. Where's 7?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Maybe he was in like the big staircase.
Yeah, because he said that he went off with Lotus, but we didn't see them together.
Maybe he was actually searching in the casino and Lotus wasn't.
That's possible.
Yeah. Outside of the first class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall.
How you doing, Clover?
She was staring at a meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. What should Junpei do?
Let's talk
Are
to
you
her.
all right?
He did his best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond.
Look, I know you're really worried, but
He could think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow and fake. Junpei hesitated. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Her actions didn't surprise him. She had suddenly lost her brother, who she seemed to have been very close to.
Alone,
Her voice was thin and barely audible.
alone,
Hmm?
alone. I said leave me alone!
Suddenly, she was screaming.
Man.
So annoying! Just go away and leave me alone! Just looking at you guys is pissing me off! Go away, okay? Just go somewhere else! Stop bothering me!
Junpei was taken aback.
Uh,
Such anger and hate. June's eyes had gone wide with surprise as well.
Why are you still here? Didn't you hear me? Huh? Fine, forget it. If you aren't gonna leave, then I'll just...
all right. Let's go, June.
Yeah.
They turned and left Clover. As they did, Junpei glanced back over his shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face.
Man.
Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed.
Mental health king.
We really need to find Snake, for Clover's sake.
He did his best to push away the misery and depression, and forced a smile.
So, where do you think we should go next? Hey, why
Hallway.
don't we go back to C-Deck? We can take a look at that hallway with all the rooms.
Okay, let's get going then.
Together, they ran down the stairs.
Oh, it's Ace.
Bitch.
Bitch.
Ahead of them, farther down the hallway, they spotted Ace.
Hey, Snake! Where are you? Answer me if you're there!
It's really funny when you know that he's full of shit, how much he sounds like he's full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, hey, where are you? Yeah, fucking sell it harder, buddy.
What should Junpei do?
You know where you think he is, motherfucker.
Let's go.
With June in tow, Junpei jogged up to Ace. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to greet them.
Ah, hello there.
Fuck you.
Snake is... Well, that's obvious, isn't it?
Fuck you.
I assume you haven't found him yet?
Fuck
Yeah,
you.
Doesn't seem like you're having any luck either.
I'm assuming it's like, you haven't found him yet.
Yeah, he's like, you haven't found him yet, right? Right?
Yeah.
I really wonder where he could have gone.
Well, wherever he's disappeared to, we must find him as quickly as we
Go
can.
fuck
For Clover's
yourself. Oh my god.
You killed both of them.
You motherfucker.
Right.
June's face looked kind of enraptured.
By
Girl.
the way, do you think Clover and Snake are really siblings?
Is now the time?
Why would you say that?
Why would you say that?
The question seemed somehow odd to Junpei.
Why?
How?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They don't look alike at all.
I mean, he's not right. He's not wrong, but
Yeah.
Ace looked at him for a moment, then spoke.
Yes, you know, now that you mention it, they don't.
Now that you mention it,
Still, there are a great many siblings who do not look like one another.
This dialogue is always like this, and it is Ace prosopagnosia foreshadowing.
mm-hmm.
Little moment for you there. He doesn't notice that they don't look alike because everybody looks alike to him.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly isn't rare.
But, like, he's also right. A lot of siblings
Yeah.
don't look alike.
Junpei wasn't sure why, or even if he was seeing what he thought he was, but he could have sworn that Ace's face had tightened as he spoke.
At any rate, we really must find Snake as soon as possible.
It's like, please let's stop talking about
The
this.
clock is
Yeah.
ticking. We really can't afford to waste any time. Very well.
I
Let's
like how
get back to
June
the
just
search,
hasn't
shall we?
spoken.
You can leave this area to me.
She's just been standing here.
All right. Let's go, Jumpy.
Which is very rare, because June loves to talk.
Yeah.
She loves the sound of her own voice.
Yeah.
They found themselves back at the stairs, but Junpei's mind was in turmoil.
Something about that was... I'll think on it later. Like Ace said, finding Snake is our top priority.
Junpei did his best to clear his mind.
All right, where should we go next?
Back. We've seen
Why don't we
everything.
go back to the big hospital room?
Okay, let's go then.
They turned and headed back toward the large hospital room.
Hey, wait, that's...
My beloved. On their way to the large hospital room, Junpei and June noticed Santa standing right next to the number 3 door.
Santa.
Junpei paused. What should Junpei do?
Fucking talk to him. Hell yeah. My love.
Junpei and June walked up to Santa.
What are you doing?
What? You can't tell? I'm checking out the red.
Why? Is there something bothering you?
What? It's not bothering you?
Huh?
The guts of this red. Why wouldn't you wonder who the hell put it back in here?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm curious too, but
Who do you think did it?
Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at June. She shook her head.
I don't know.
Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us?
Who do we think fixed it for us?
We've said Snake, we've said Zero.
The options that we have not done is Lotus, who, as you may not remember, but she was the first person back to the large hospital room and noticed the red. And then someone other than the 8 of us, which would say, there's more people on the ship. What is behind door 3? Door 3 has the shower room and not Snake's dead body.
Yes.
Well, it's interesting that he's observing this door specifically.
Yeah, that he's looking at this one.
Go with the last answer, then.
Yep.
Someone else.
Alright.
Maybe there's someone else on this ship with us.
It's a solid theory.
Given the fact that we know
Hiding
that
here?
We
there's
know
the
of
mystery
at least
man. We know at least two other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just an idea.
It's just a theory.
And you're saying this mystery person fixed the Reds?
Yeah,
Why?
that's, I don't know.
Santa shoved his hands into his pockets and cracked his knuckles.
Seems hard to crack your knuckles with your hands in your pockets, but sure.
He's just really talented.
Seems unlikely.
Why?
I don't know. Just a feeling. Hard to believe Zero would bring in a secret 10th player.
Are you fucking... There are extra players! Well, we don't know if they were players, but they had watches.
Well, Santa doesn't know
Yeah,
that.
Santa wouldn't know that, I guess, but... It's
I mean,
really
the name
funny,
of the
like...
game is the Nonary game, for Christ's sake.
Sir, there's more
You know
people.
what
I don't know how to
Nonary
break this to
means,
you.
right? It means 9.
No,
Yeah,
that's
you'd know
not what
all
I meant.
about that 9-loving
Yeah,
boy.
you love 9.
I mean more like someone who's been living here for a long time.
What the
Or
fuck?
someone who,
What?
like, stayed here.
The mummy? Does Junpei think
All
Junpei think
Ice?
it was All Ice? Does he know about All Ice?
Seriously?
fuck.
That's even more ridiculous. Why do you think Zero would leave them alone?
Junpei furrowed his brow.
So, in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red.
Santa grinned.
Bingo! We have a winner.
But if that's true, then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know that they fixed it.
Yeah,
But why?
no idea. Maybe if they come clean on that, it means we'd find out something else.
Something bad?
Dunno. But whatever it is, it's gotta be worth hiding.
Hmm.
Of course, it could have something to do with Snake's disappearance.
You think maybe they did something to Snake?
Yeah.
Junpei stared at Santa. There was something about him that made Junpei wary. At first, he'd assumed the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to reevaluate that assessment. And Santa spoke again. His voice was quiet.
Look, if you trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. You've gotta be careful. The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the back.
Ace was giving off dad energies. And he did stab us in the back.
With that depressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away.
And that's that, I guess.
That's just Santa and his anti-love propaganda.
Again, yeah.
Junpei and June looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. Where would they go next? You can go back to all the things, but it's just kind of like, oh, no one was there. They looked.
Yeah.
Why are we saying that Santa has internalized homophobia now?
Yeah, wait, what?
That snake hasn't been anywhere we've searched.
Melissa looked around at the 6 frustrated faces and spoke.
And we can't keep looking for him. Wherever he is, it's not here. We need to get moving.
Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying.
I'm gonna skip a little.
Yeah, let's go.
So we get it. She
Yeah,
was
but we
right.
choose one person to sacrifice.
Yeah.
Oh no, no, Ace,
don't sacrifice yourself.
No, don't volunteer to stay behind. No.
Grandpa Piss is unconscious.
No, Ace, don't stab yourself with a super real. No.
Oh no.
No. Oh no. Oh no.
Perish.
Go take a nap, Grandpa Piss.
Go the fuck to sleep.
I don't want to hear from you anymore.
Die. Just drop dead. And we need to go into room number 7 with 7 and Clover.
Yep. Yep, because we gotta do operating room. Which I practiced earlier today.
Woohoo!
I didn't
The
practice the
people
door
look
4
good.
rooms because I'm good at them, but everything else I was like, I should do a refresher. Beep beep. Oh, the scene where they fucking stare at each other in the doorway and then Akane gets motion blurred.
I love that scene so much.
So good. Let's go. There's a body.
John.
Hi, John. Everyone stop talking. I want to do puzzle.
It's puzzle time.
Yes. Alright. Scalpel. I do like the music in this room.
They use these for surgery, right? Let's see, syringes, cups, a plate. There's a sort of scissor-ish thingy.
I love the way how she talks.
Yeah.
Mood.
Titty. Oh wait, I fucked up. I don't have my forceps first and foremost. We got the organ key, yay! Wait.
Preparation room.
I want to go in the chemical room first.
Ready to hear about some EDT crystals, boys?
Can you take the liquid? And then the puzzle here is basically that you just, so it's like iron is 1 because it's Fe, salt has 2 atoms because it's sodium chloride, has sodium and whatever the other thing is, stuff like that. So it's the number of things.
The number of boys.
Yeah, it's the number of boys in every thing. And it ends up coming out to 349. Yes, I know how to use a number pad, Junpei. We got an arm, yay!
And a heart.
You think we should go back?
Yeah, I think that's probably best.
Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that Seven wasn't following suit.
Hey, Seven, what's up?
Oh, well,
He looked up at Junpei distractedly, and then back down at the brown bottle he held cupped in his large hands.
Is that a medicine bottle?
I got curious about it. Here,
In response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. Probably should not be throwing things in a chemical room.
No!
He caught it and twisted it around to read the label.
Ethylene tartrate?
yeah, that's right. CDT.
What kind of medicine is that?
It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Why would they have something like that here?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Fuck if I know. Still,
It's an operating room. What do
Blub.
you think?
Blood.
it looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
Junpei looked up from the bottle.
You remember something?
Yeah.
Seven nodded slowly and spoke.
Well, I remember a story about EDT. Happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as an industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before. But a year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into... Once the crystals turned into a hydrate, though, its factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory. They'd been making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal.
That would be so fucked up if it happened in real life.
Yeah.
If this story was not completely made up, that would be crazy.
Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like, man, how do you say it?
It's like they were communicating on some sort of field that could not be seen with the naked eye.
Like the molecules were communicating with one another,
Like on some sort of field.
transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. This phenomena spread throughout the world, right?
Junpei looked up at Seven with half a smirk. Seven stared at him, dumbfounded.
Yeah, that's it exactly. But how did you know?
Well, you know.
I heard another story, kind of like that one.
When?
In the freezer?
What? The freezer?
Yeah, June told me.
Junpei told Seven about the story he'd heard from June in the freezer, in the kitchen. How one day glycerin began to crystallize. And the story of the ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature.
It had to be 96 degrees. They cannot stress this enough.
When Junpei was done, Seven looked thoughtful and absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his chin.
Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sounds familiar?
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
Seven squinted. His eyes stared off into space as if he were trying desperately to focus on something far away.
Do you?
And you have to say something about Ice
Yep.
9, I think.
Yep.
Do you
Yeah, I know the
about
rest of the
Ice
flags
9?
now.
Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice.
Suddenly, Seven's eyes shot open.
That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
That woman?
Alice!
Who's Alice?
Alice?
Come on. The woman who won't melt at room temperature.
Huh?
It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath.
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
Yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history. What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right?
Yeah, he
It was a
definitely
cruise
had
liner, just
a
like the Titanic.
Titanic phase?
yeah, Titanic phase.
Yeah, it's like, why the fuck would you know this otherwise?
No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors.
Wow,
The ship that
Junpei, get your
collected the
facts
dead
straight,
bodies
you
was
fake
the CS
fan.
McKay Bennett. The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days
Everyone on
after
this
the
fucking
accident.
boat has had a Titanic phase. That was the
So it would
criteria
seem.
that Zero chose people from.
Yeah.
It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
Junpei's like, this sucks.
Well, they say the McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. Things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff that dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin.
Sorry, I'm looking at the coffin. That's not the same one that's in the...
I think it's designed to look as close to it as possible.
Or similar.
But
It's not the same exact coffin. Okay, yeah. It looks a lot like the one in the chapel.
It was all wood. No nails, no reinforcements, no gaps in the wood anywhere.
That's
thing was
bonkers.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm eating. I'm almost done, I promise.
She was like an important person in a pyramid. Surprised that she wasn't given like a sarcophagus.
Mm.
The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open.
Sarcophagus might have just been for Pharaoh.
Oh,
She was a high priestess, if I remember right.
yeah. Amon Ra.
Yep.
Inside, they found a woman. Or, I guess you should say, they found the dead body of a woman. Her hair was thick and black, and her skin rich brown with no blemishes or signs of decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. And she didn't. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished searching and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to thaw. They say that the stink was horrible. But there was one body that didn't thaw. And that was...
The girl in the coffin.
That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. And a month passed. And another. It was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about her started to spread. People came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her All Ice. Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next day she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. After a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did.
Now why the hell would you say something like that?
Because I know.
And just what is it you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
Junpei
Right.
gulped.
Tell me, what happened to Alice?
Oh, yeah, fun fact, there's a reference to this in Somnium Files.
Yep.
Seven nodded slowly and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried.
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a special black market in New York. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gordain.
We've heard of him.
Yep.
You've heard that name before, right?
Lord Gordain. Oh, isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic? The Titanic's sister ship?
Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912. 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic, and he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic, but nobody knows where. He died in 1931, and apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However, well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
What the hell is that? Is it some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Seven threw his hands up in defeat.
So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, as Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
Hey! What are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here!
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez!
Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room.
Alice. Huh.
Junpei was left behind to ponder what he'd just heard. He tried to remember what June had told him earlier.
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. They say that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
Then was that Egyptian priestess, Alice? Did the water in her body become Ice Nine?
No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist.
Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven to the operating room where Clover was waiting.
Cool.
Time for the preparation room.
Is it? Yeah. Preparation room. I don't need that.
Hey, it turned red.
Forget about that. Didn't you hear that just now? Let's put in the blue liquid next. Put the red liquid back in the bottle. Hey, the blue light turned on.
And I heard a noise. It sounded like something unlocking.
I get it. You combine the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one.
The purple light turned on. Right when it did, I heard a noise. What do you think it was?
That noise came from somewhere close by. Something in this room must have changed. Alright, let's go take a look.
I think you have to put it back in the bottle, and then it'll then you can do people liquid.
Yeah.
That bottle has a purple liquid in it.
A bottle with purple liquid in it. A bottle with people liquid in it. Wait, what? What would people liquid even... Oh. Oh! It wouldn't even be this color... Why am I even thinking about that? The liquid in the bottle is purple! Purple! At this time, I would like to reiterate that the joke was originally that Akane's code name was Purple in Japanese.
It's a nose.
It does look so much like a nose. We haven't even looked at her yet. Okay, so we've collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. So I think these parts go here to this,
Oh, you mean Lucy? That's her name, I think. See, it says Lucy right there.
Oh, that's funny. There's like slightly different dialogue if you didn't look at her first. Oh, yeah, right. That table over there says John. Well, it doesn't look like John is missing any of his parts. So the ones we've got must be for Lucy, right? Sorry. Seems like it. Well, I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections?
Nope.
Agreed. Alright, let's get started. Combine! Alright, you mecha anime fan.
Hey, nothing happened.
That's odd. Maybe it's the wrong weight?
Wait?
Yeah, well, you know how there's a scale on the side of the bed? Maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number? How are we gonna do that? I think we're supposed to swap her body parts with John's.
Oh.
Let's give it a shot.
Operating instructions.
Everything but the heart. Hey, Junpei, I just heard something. Came from John's operating table. We better check it out. Huh? The lid on the scale.
Yay!
Key.
Jupiter key.
Jupiter!
Hey, hold on.
Junpei stopped, about to put the key in the doorknob.
Oh, what's up?
Where's Clover?
Huh?
Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Oh, God damn it. Where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute. I'll go get her.
Sure thing.
Junpei left Seven at the door and headed back to the operating room. He found her, standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin.
Hey, Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here.
She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing straight up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead.
What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John?
It wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing.
Hey, Clover, can you hear me?
Perhaps it was something he had said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly her mouth opened and she whispered in a dry, dead voice.
My brother might be dead.
Huh?
That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next.
Suddenly, the operating room felt very, very cold.
Oh, welcome back, Budgie.
Hi.
I haven't checked chat in a hot minute.
What are you talking about? What's wrong with you?
He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Junpei, what do you want to do?
Give her the bookmark!
Yep, that's why we needed to take the bookmark.
Yes, it is important to take the bookmark because we have to give it to her now.
He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier.
It's in my pocket somewhere. Here it is.
He reached into his pocket and dug it out.
A 4-leaf clover.
Santa had given it to him in the second-class room. He held it out to Clover.
Hey, did you know? Each leaf means something. Hope, faith, love, and luck. That's what a four-leaf clover stands for. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm.
He pressed the four-leaf clover into her hand.
Four-leaf lover.
Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
He really just improvised this shit.
Yeah, he made that up.
Snake, I mean, your brother, he's not dead. He's alive, somewhere. I'm sure of it. You've just gotta believe in that.
Clover stared at the four-leaf clover in her hand. You could see tears start to form in the corners of her eyes.
Thank you.
Her voice was tiny and broken as she spoke, and she started to cry.
Yeah, this is the same Junpei as Door 3 Junpei.
Mm-hmm.
The same bitch.
She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good.
To be fair, this is also the same Clover that killed us with an axe.
Yeah.
So...
She wiped away tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took their place. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop. She couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small wet circles on the floor.
Thank you.
She said it again. Then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage.
Now come on. Seven's waiting for us at the exit.
But still, she didn't move.
Wait, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him aside from the dictionary definition.
What?
Oh, I guess it was just a coincidence then.
Interesting thing to say.
That's weird.
I mean, that you knew about the four-leaf clover.
Extra weird.
That's probably nothing.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about?
Clover looked away. The four-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment, then finally spoke.
You promise you won't tell anyone?
Oh, we're about to get some information, gamers.
Yeah, you're about to get
Cross
some
my heart.
lore.
Really?
Really?
I can trust you, right?
Trust and
Of
bold.
course you can.
Clover slipped the four-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei.
Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Oh?
Oh,
We know a very small amount about what happened 9 years ago here, but it sounds like we're about to get some information.
Wait. On this ship?
Yeah, this
Actually,
ship.
I don't remember exactly how much info is in this conversation specifically.
He was entirely lost.
Because I know, obviously, like, on this route, we learned, like, everything. But I don't remember.
He
So
had
I'm excited.
1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished.
It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing.
Remember,
Communicating through these fields that you can't see.
Oh? Fields that you can't see?
there's a lot of people on this ship who seem to have connections to it, because we know that, like, Snake was involved with the Nonary game
Yes.
before. Clover seems to have been involved with it to some degree.
Yeah, well, it's entirely possible that she just knows about it because it happened to her brother.
I know, but still, that's
Yeah.
the connection she has.
Yeah.
Ace planned the last Nonary game. Seven saved children from it.
Yep.
Lotus's kids were in it.
Yeah.
We know that the ninth man knew a suspicious amount of it and knew Ace personally.
Santa's sister happened to die 9 years ago, which is... Like,
Like,
we don't have a
any-
confirmation.
we do not have any concrete evidence that Santa and June are involved with whatever happened 9 years ago.
Yes, but there's no such thing as a coincidence in an
Yeah,
Ichikoshi
there's no
game.
Twinkie Dinks.
Yeah. It's highly likely that even if it's not direct, that there is some sort of connection
Yeah.
there.
Fields that you can't see?
Fields that you can't see.
He'd heard something like this before. Clover nodded.
Like, think about this.
She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin.
This is John, right? But is he really John?
Huh?
All Jabei could think was she had finally completely lost it.
Isn't this like Locke's socks? Or the ship of Theseus?
Jabei grew even more confused. He'd never even heard of either of those things. Also, they sounded smart.
You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes?
Oh, haven't you... I like how she's fine now. She's
Yeah.
like, oh, haven't you heard? Girl, you were crying like a minute ago.
No.
Jabei shook his head.
Really?
Well, I will say, after I'm finished crying, I am
That's
at my
true.
most insane, I will say.
That's true.
Clover laughed.
Well, pay attention then. This is how Locke's socks works. Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
Personally, if it was me, I would continue to wear the sock until it was completely unwearable. But I'm not normal.
That's true, Jamie.
Do we think that Junpei can sew?
That's a good question.
I think it'd be really funny if he did. Just because it doesn't seem like his thing.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'd patch it up. Get some cloth and close up the hole.
But what if another hole opens?
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
What if another hole opened after that?
Another patch, I guess?
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches. Until eventually, the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say they're the same socks you started with?
Well, that's tough.
I love how hard he's thinking about it.
Mhm.
He's like,
Oh, this is just like Portal. Junpei crossed his arms.
So, that's the Lock Socks thing?
Yeah, the ship of Theseus is a lot like it. The ship of Theseus. If you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it
yeah,
started
that sock
with.
looks like it would suck to wear.
Can you really say that ship is the same one you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus? The one you repaired, or the one you built with all the original parts?
It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, do you think it's the same?
What's the same?
These guys. Is this John, or is it Lucy now?
Junpei looked at the operating table again. The mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like the locked socks in the ship of Theseus. Part of the body that holds a person's identity is in the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided in his heart, or any other number of internal organs. And here, they had both.
Maybe the brain's just the monitor. Maybe it's really in the kidney.
John's head and heart are both his, but apart from those and a single arm, the rest of his body was once Lucy's.
Was that mannequin really John?
We're just like these mannequins.
She looked at Junpei again.
Think about it.
Hey, Clover, what does this have to do with what happened 9 years ago?
Yeah.
The cells in our body change every day. Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
The silence was broken by Seven.
Hey, what the hell is taking you two so long?
Seven's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy.
How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around.
Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to say in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on.
Oh? What were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting?
Yeah, secret snowman meeting.
Yeah.
No, it
Snowman's
wasn't.
secret meeting.
We were
Mannequin
just
secret meeting.
Just...
playing with the mannequins.
Huh?
Let's go, Junpei.
Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed toward the exit. Seven stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression.
Playing with mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei.
You're a dick.
I love that. Just, you're a dick.
Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out of the door. The short laugh, Seven followed. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key.
Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking, just do it, alright?
Fine then.
He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. Did we find it?
Did we perchance? Oh.
The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. That, I don't know about you, but that looks like a bunch of black.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a white hallway to me.
There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it.
Alright, let's get going.
Hey man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy, you know, get a little excited?
Not really.
Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the white hallway.
Did we find it?
My brother.
Did we fucking find it or not?
Did we find it? Did we find a way out?
I wasn't expecting the game to like edge me like this.
To be next.
Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead and that she was likely to follow him.
Like
That's
hell
true
I
in
can.
Safe Route.
Not after hearing something like that.
God, okay, we found it.
They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they're all locked.
There too, huh? Every door in this place is locked up tight.
How about that one?
We
The
can
final
skip, right?
door was, well, yeah, we can just skip.
It's just, they're looking at doors.
They walk in.
They're on the move. Reunion.
Yay! A map!
But that looks like...
I love that little Clover sprite with her hands on her hips.
Yeah, leaning forward slightly.
Hey, bitch.
Bitch.
Hate this man. Bye.
Bye.
I still think about how the fact that the sun key was useless in sub-end because the door was already unlocked
Yeah.
and somehow June was behind it. What in the fuck happened there?
Stuff. Probably.
Of course there's a reason.
Totally.
We're gonna be stupid.
We gotta be stupid. We
gotta
did
be
promise
it.
it last
Yeah,
stream,
we did
too.
promise that we'd be horny.
That was a vow that we made to our chat.
After a little thought, Junpei decided that she had to be nervous about being locked up in such a small space alone with a boy.
Well, we will be all alone in here.
In a way, it was kind of cute. Very demure, you could say, he thought. Still, even though it wasn't exactly roomy in the elevator, they weren't going to be pressed up against one another.
It's still one of my favorite fun facts about this game that these two were in the same room when they recorded this scene. And this was the only scene that they did that for.
Yeah, at least they didn't have to be. Still, it was making her nervous. Junpei couldn't help but think how innocent she was.
Jumpy?
Huh? Oh, nothing. It's not important. Come on, let's go.
I still think about whether or not it's Knife End or Sub End, which is truly faster, because Sub End has so many fucking cutscenes with so many scene transitions.
I will just have to test it one of these days. It's just gonna be a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Again, he stepped toward the elevator. And again, he felt himself restrained.
I said wait a minute.
Why?
Aren't you afraid, Jumpy?
Afraid of what?
Well, I've never, you know.
Drowned before.
Yeah.
She'd never been alone in an elevator. She'd never been in an elevator with a man before, alone. Where it's... Even so, she still seemed awfully alarmed.
I might get wet.
What?
I love that. What?
So good.
There. I get soaking wet.
I think it'd be really funny if someone just joined the stream right now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, of course you would. That's the way it works. I mean, I've never heard of anyone getting soaking wet somewhere else.
That's true.
It is about the time that Grace might be able to pop in, which would be really funny.
God bless.
I don't know. I don't remember what time she usually arrives, but it is like 8.
You
exactly
don't mind?
Yeah. Mind what?
Getting wet.
Wet?
Well, I don't know. I think I'd probably, like it.
Gosh, Jumpy. You're
so brave.
The thing is, like, if she wasn't leading him on so definitely, you would not respond to someone saying, I'd probably like drowning in that way.
Yeah, like, it's very evident the specific way she phrases things that she is completely aware of the effect she is having when she says shit like this.
Like, if it was, like, up until this point, if it was just her being so bad at wording, she definitely would respond to this, like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Like, I love it. I love that she is so obviously fucking with him.
Mm-hmm.
Really? I mean, I kind of think any guy would do the same thing, you know? What happens, happens, right? I mean, if you get the chance, you've just got to go for it. That's what a man is supposed to do. I guess.
I love that little I guess.
You're so cool, Jumpy. I really admire you.
That doesn't really seem like the sort of thing you ought to admire someone for.
I'm really scared.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you've never done it before.
Yes, so I don't think I'll be able to last very long. And then it'll be over.
Over?
Yes, I'll go to heaven.
Heaven?
It feels kind of like you're floating in space, and your mind gets all fuzzy, like when you pass out. At least that's what I've heard from people who have experienced it.
Yes, I've heard that too.
It's like, yeah, totally. I've heard that, I think.
Although I don't think the same thing happens to guys.
What?
Huh?
But it would happen to me.
How afraid he
It
sounds.
would happen to anyone. Once it gets into your body, the same thing happens to everyone.
Well, I mean, usually it doesn't go inside the man. I mean, generally.
That's true, Jamie. It might be like people who have almost drowned or things
Yeah.
like that. But again, I think she's full of shit.
Yeah. Like, she might be loosely basing it on stuff that
Yeah.
she's heard, but she's definitely wording it away.
I will say Akane is definitely the type of person to Google what drowning feels like.
Oh, absolutely.
That's of her personality. I do love the word generally in this sentence.
I mean, generally.
Yes, it does. Well, eventually it will. It's not like you really have a choice. Your body will force you to swallow some of it. Eventually.
What are you trying to do to me?
I love that line so much.
Yeah.
He's so full of fear.
Nothing. I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm just saying that that's what happens. It's a psychological reaction to what you're experiencing.
Oh, is that so?
That it's only natural? Is that what's natural for living beings? Perhaps he had been mistaken all these years? Had he misunderstood life so gravely? The thought terrified him.
What does drowning feel like? Titanic books, cute rabbits. Yeah.
How
Yeah.
to make a fursona. June seemed to be entirely oblivious to Junpei's mounting confusion and terror.
I know most men probably have larger lungs, but even then, I don't think you could hold your breath for 20 or even 10 minutes. Eventually, you'd have to breathe, and then the water would get into your lungs. Once that happens, your body won't be able to get oxygen anymore, and you'll start to feel that floaty feeling as you pass out. Huh?
I love
Such
that
a good
So-
laugh.
It's so genuine.
This doesn't show. I moved my hand off the tablet so I wouldn't accidentally skip that because it's so good.
Finally, Junpei understood. He understood what June was trying to say and why she was so scared.
Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't last very long.
See?
She was afraid that the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks.
I'm gonna do Little Skip as a treat, but I
Yeah.
will.
Well, we get really wet.
Yeah, I'll
up
stop
there.
for that. This is just, this is all very crucial, obviously. Legally, we can't skip this.
Yep, not a single drop of
A
water.
little further. Oh yeah, because Junpei has to make his little drawing.
Wow, Jumpy, you're such a talented artist.
Wow, Jumpy, do you have commissions open?
Ah, jeez.
Jumpy, draw my persona. I'll pay you.
It looks
Connie's
normal.
persona is definitely a rabbit.
Oh yeah.
No way around it.
Yeah, no, that's
No
definitely
fish
true.
going about their fishy business or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish. Or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out with her mouth a tiny, intense frown.
Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here.
June looked around nervously, then...
then popped up from the bottom of the screen.
I just want to draw the scene of her just, like, with the mouth thing and then Junpei
Yeah.
just looking over at her like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
You're right. It's not flooded at all.
See?
But there's a whole lot of water.
Yeah, right on top of us.
What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks?
Junpei thought about it for a moment.
Well, we'd probably get really wet up there.
Fuck you. I wish Akane had responded to that in some way. Just
Yeah.
been like, hey.
Like, hey, that's my joke.
Yeah. You're stealing my bit.
Mima was on the fucking floor. The normal deck.
Stuff's happening.
Everyone knows shit. Fuck.
Yeah. Oh yeah, everybody found some doors, right?
Yeah, everyone found doors.
1, 2, and 6.
Mm-hmm. Well, they haven't found two yet because they get the key for 2 in here.
Oh, that's right. Yep. And we found 6, right? Down on C deck. Oh, the body. Oh no, he's Snake. Just kidding. Just kidding. That's not my bestie.
Snake in air quotes.
Yeah. Guy X.
Gex.
Yeah.
Wow, is that band that people keep talking about? This guy? 100 of them?
Yeah. Seems excessive. Not Snake. Yeah. Holy shit, Liquid Snake.
I mean, there's also quite a lot of solid in that snake.
That's really funny.
Cam Clark is another character in this game.
Yeah.
That's Liquid Snake. Cam Clark.
He's the 9th man.
Yeah. So, technically, we have another Liquid Snake.
2 Liquid Snakes.
Wow, this is almost as many snakes as Metal Gear Solid.
That's not true. There's a lot of snakes in Metal
Yeah,
Gear.
that's a lie. I was lying to you.
Snakes on a boat.
Snake, did you like my sunglasses? Actual Liquid Snake quote.
I feel like I'm familiar with that quote only because I think that you showed it to me in like part of a speed run.
Oh yeah, definitely. They let that scene play out just for the did you like my sunglasses bit.
Is that the one also where they like, I guess like every speed run is like this, but they recite like the entire fucking scene? I know that they're. I think that's
No,
a Metal
that's
Gear.
Resident Evil 4. The one that
okay.
this "Do you like my sunglasses" one? That's from the Metal Gear Solid PC run that I showed you. That was entirely horribly broken in the funniest ways. That had the
Incredible.
headless scopeman.
Oh yes, yes.
Oh, not good.
I just still love that.
I wanted to catch it in time because I keep accidentally skipping it.
Go! Let go of me! I'm killing him!
Let go of me! I'm killing him!
I'm
Okay, that was all.
killing him.
I think that was all. It's not good, and I'm killing him!
She's like, Junpei, read the rest. And then
All right.
we have to go through door 1.
Door 1. Gamers.
Yeah, Jamie is now reciting the Resident Evil 4 fight. Umbrella.
God.
But it's not. It seems I've said too much. It's I almost let it slip.
My
Now
God.
die, comrade. I watched the Resident Evil speedrun a lot of times.
I don't know where you're at. I'm probably, after this next set of puzzle rooms, I'm probably gonna call a break.
Yeah,
Once
'cause,
we're
like,
done, we're doing the map room and captain's quarters. I would say after captain's quarters,
break time.
Yeah, just like a 10-minute.
Yeah. Also, if you guys all recall, this set of rooms is what led to Accent. So you
Yep.
guys may be thinking, what's going to happen that prevents Clover from going sicko mode? We're going to find out what prevents it.
Yeah.
Seek a way out. Imagine if they had like someone actually read that out in a funny little voice every
Seek
time.
a way out.
Yeah, sometimes Junpei is a nice guy. Well, not a nice guy, but he's a nice person.
He's not a nice guy, but he is a nice guy.
Yeah. Junpei's he-they situation.
We got text.
Fuck. A voice he hadn't expected startled Junpei from examination of the pocket watch. I didn't realize it was so early.
Pocket.
Yeah.
Might I take a look at it?
He
Bitch.
spun around to find Ace standing in the doorway.
Bitch.
Junpei shrugged and handed him the pocket watch.
Hey, man. What are you doing over in this room?
Oh, I just
Why do you
thought I'd
think he
come
wants
check
it?
up on the two of you. Is there a problem?
Yeah, bitch. Leave.
Yeah, there is.
So angy.
Yeah.
Ace's eyebrows went up.
He's like,
You
damn,
checked on
okay.
us. Now get out of here. We split this stuff up for a reason, all right?
Why is he so angry?
I think he's bluffing a little bit. Because I think Junpei is playing into the people think that he's trying to hit on Clover thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's playing into that bluff here, so he's acting angrier than he actually is.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
That's the
Because
impression
he wants
that
to
I
hear
have.
more of Clover's story.
Yes, because he's like, well, next time I'm alone with Clover, because like she clearly wanted to tell him more, but then Seven interrupted last time, so he's like, next time we're alone, you know, I'll get a chance to talk to her. So he's like, get out! I'm trying to be alone with Clover.
I'm trying to flirt.
Yeah, and that's like the most plausible excuse.
That's a lie. We didn't have to split up the work.
Yeah, see, he's been bluffing.
I just want to talk to Clover alone. That's why I sent Ace to the wheelhouse. There's something I want to ask her, and I don't want anyone to overhear us. I'm pretty sure Clover won't talk if there's anyone else around. That's why when Ace showed up again, I got a little desperate. I had to make him leave.
Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shouted again. A small smirk appeared on his face.
Oh, I see. Of course.
He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover.
I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck.
Fuck
What makes you think that why did he come in for the pocket watch, though? Ace
Yeah.
gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat off from his forehead.
I think he was nervous from
Oh.
bluffing.
Also, probably from running.
Yeah.
He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. She'd heard what Ace had said.
She's like, hey Junpei?
My
What
brother's
the fuck
dead.
is wrong with you?
My brother's dead. She regarded Junpei with caution.
What was that about?
She was clearly suspicious, and with good reason.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Junpei's eyes widened and he held his hands up in a gesture of innocence.
Oh, no, it's not like that.
What's it like then?
I just wanted to hear the rest of that story.
I love that Junpei exclusively plays that as a bluff. In terms of, like, he will pretend that he's been hitting on Clover. Not fucking once in the entire game does he actually do that.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to ask you
He
about
clearly
it
has,
until
like,
now.
no interest in her. I like that. It's interesting. That, like, he'll use it as a lie because it's convincing. But they never make it weird.
What story?
About the experiment, remember? The one you started to tell me in the operating room? You said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago.
Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments, and when she spoke, it was barely audible.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay? You understand, right?
I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother? I can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're gonna pay for it. I promise. So...
Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung from her
Holy
lip
shit.
where she was biting them. She wiped it off and looked at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry.
Junpei, who do you think did it?
Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped.
Well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them. You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there were at least 2 other people.
You're right. So, what does that mean?
Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out. Who could have opened door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who, or who and who?
You mean it could have been 4 people?
Well, technically it's possible.
I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely.
Why?
I'll tell you later. Why don't we just assume it was only 2 other people for now?
Okay, got it. Let's do that then.
Then who do you think it could be?
Junpei crossed his arms in thought. Snake's bracelet number was 2. Which 2 bracelet numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3? We already know this answer because he played Accent, and so she tells us very specifically that she thinks it was Santa and 7.
Yeah, thank you. Because I forgot.
Would it
I
be
was
Santa
doing
and
math
7?
real quick.
The digital root for Snake, Santa, and 7 is 3. Wait, hold on. Are Santa and 7 the killers?
What's wrong?
Clover looked at Junpei and he looked back at her. There was no point in hiding it.
Well, I thought about it.
He told her his conclusions.
That's what I thought.
She looked less surprised than he'd expected.
Santa and 7. If it was 2 people, then that's the only combination that works.
Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those 2 would have been able to open door 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities.
Well, what other possibilities?
Start doing the math.
He didn't have an answer. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke.
Are you saying you think that it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely.
Why not?
Can I borrow your pen and paper?
Girl, you have your own. Clover put her hand out expectantly.
Yeah, here.
Junpei pulled out his pen and pad of paper and handed them to her. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually, she had 8, which proved a digital root of 3. I'm not gonna read these out.
Yeah.
They're right there.
Just look at the math.
What's the...
These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones.
Oh, I see.
Junpei,
Yeah?
I can trust you, right?
An interesting thing about this conversation
you
is
need
that
to
it
ask
does
that?
not account for the possibility of stealing a bracelet because they
Yeah.
deliberately excluded, because they don't know yet that that's
Yeah.
a possibility.
Really?
Yeah.
So then I should get rid of B, D, G, and H, right?
Of course. Just cross them out. And you should take off yours too. The ones with 4.
So,
Yeah.
what does...
A and E.
Math.
Yeah.
Wait, it can't be A.
Why?
Because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that.
Are you sure?
I bet my life on it.
Okay then. I can cross off A too, right?
Yeah,
Well, what have we got left?
E.
Do you know
Math.
Everyone besides me, you, and June would be working together.
Do you think that's likely? If there were 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they'd try that hard to hide what they were doing if they outnumbered us, right?
Well, you do have a point.
And besides, if Ace and Seven are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them. But they didn't. They didn't even try anything. If they were killers, why wouldn't they?
Her voice was calm, but Junpei had only looked to her.
Sorry.
I didn't finish.
Come on. There we go.
It was a forced calm. There were tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and she was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis of who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten.
Oh, I see. Anyway, I understand now. It seems pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 or 4 people.
Yeah,
Then that means there's a good chance it was Santa and Seven.
that's how it looks.
But why would they do it?
There was a moment of silence.
Their motive.
He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. When Ace chose the worst possible moment to return.
Fuck you.
He raised a knowing eyebrows and spoke.
Have I interrupted something?
Yes.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
What is it?
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
No.
He turned on his heel and walked back toward the wheelhouse.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Junpei looked over at Clover. He gave her a short nod, hoped that she would be willing to talk to him again later, and followed Ace.
What did you want to talk about?
Ace looked at Junpei and smiled, perhaps more of a smirk than a
There was
smile.
something I wanted to check.
Yeah? What's that?
If you'll excuse me.
With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest.
Personal space, bitch.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
I'm just checking.
No, stop!
He reached for Ace's arm, but it was already too late. In the older man's hand were the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket.
Just as I thought. What exactly are these pieces of paper hiding in your pocket? You switched them, didn't you, when we voted? Well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief.
Then, why did you...
Oh, simple curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it.
Fuck you.
What makes you think why did he want to come up here so bad? Ace smiled and gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, then turned on his heel and left. If you can recall, one of the reasons why he killed Clover is because she went through door 1 and might have found something. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense. And you have the pocket watch back now.
Yeah.
Funny that. Are you not going to go back to talk to Clover?
Do I have to?
I think there's more. I think there's more that you talk with her about, but I'm not certain. Or not, I suppose.
Yeah,
just
no, I
remember-
didn't. The game doesn't usually really have you do that. I think that there will be more conversation, I just don't think it's yet.
Mm-hmm.
A well-polished steering wheel. Looks like it still moves. I'd like to move it. Do I have to do this first? An engine order telegraph. They use this on old ships to adjust the speed of the ship. Yeah, whatever. It transmits.
Explanation.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no handle. No. I don't care about the windows. Steering wheel. Let's see if... Yeah, so you have to, like... It's stupid, because... You can move the steering wheel, but I guess you have to look at the thing first to see that you need the handle before it will give it to you. Move the wheel. The compass also moves. What do you mean? The ship. It's moving. Ah. Tricked you, didn't I? The wheel and the compass must be connected to one another somehow. Let's try turning it again. I have to pull up my cheat sheet, hang on. It's on the map. Normally you get the information from the map. And actually, I'm pretty sure on the DS version, they would give you the map on the top screen. And then you could just follow it by doing the puzzle on the bottom screen.
Mm-hmm.
It was really nice. South. West. Southwest. Northwest. East. North. What the? The handle came off. Huh. Stooping so low, are you, Zero? I still don't know what that means. So, I sure hope this handle fits. Yes, it fits. Excellent. That should allow us to operate the engine order telegraph. Let's give it a shot. We're going full. We're going half. We're going solo. We're going full. We're going half. We're going dead slow. And then we're stopping. Huh? That's weird. I thought I put in the right speed. Did I mess it up? No, I don't think so. Look, something's happened on the back wall of the wheelhouse. Yeah, you're right. Let's check it out. Looking at this thing. Digital scoreboard or something like that. On the left, okay. See, one of those weird line skips. Just, we'll sync it to the time. Oh, perhaps. Whoa, what's he doing? Excuse me, Junpei. Stop taking things from me. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Just trust me. It should be fine now. Thanks for giving me the pocket watch back, but you don't need to look so smug about it. Let's see what he... Oh, he moved the hands. 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Oh, so you changed it to match the final arrival time. Ace nodded slowly. You know what to do next, right? Give it a shot. Looks like this is some sort of lock. It's got a weird shaped indentation on it. Actually, it's shaped just like this pocket watch I've got. Let's try putting this in here. Yes! It says open now. Good work. It seems you were successful. Well done, Junpei. Hey, Clover!
Hey, bestie!
Hey, bestie!
What?
Look, we unlocked the door. Now we can get it out of this route.
Oh. Well, let's go then.
Clover. We found it.
You found it.
Oh, a hallway.
It's far too narrow to be called one.
Then what else would you call it? They found themselves in a small space outside of the wheelhouse. On their left was a wooden door.
This seems to be the only route.
Yeah, let's go.
There has been a couple new conversations, Grace, but you haven't missed anything large.
Yeah. Junpei pushed it open and stepped into the room beyond.
Wow.
Wow.
It was full of all manner of turn-of-the-century electronic equipment.
Well, these machines are weird. I've never seen any of them before. Huh? Wait, this one is...
One small machine had a metal bar that ended in a circular handle. Ace seemed to recognize it.
Ah, yes. A telegraph key. These were used to transmit Morse code a long time ago.
So the conversations we've had so far, we talked to Seven about All Ice, which was new information. Kind of, we knew that there was a mummy. Her name being Alice or All Ice was, I think, new information. Which I think I accidentally slipped and said earlier in the stream, but that's not like a spoiler. We have started kind of having some conversations with Clover. She talked to us in the laboratory about locked socks and the ship of Theseus, and she started to say something about what happened here 9 years ago, but kind of didn't get far with that. We had sort of a second conversation with her, but she was not in the mood to talk. And that's really it, I think, for the new stuff. Everything else we've seen on prior streams. He turned and slowly took in the room.
This must be the communication office.
The communication office.
Across the room from the door they'd enter through was another door.
And that door?
A metal plaque was nailed to it. It read, Captain's Quarters.
Huh.
I bet there's normal stuff in there.
I think
what
only
it
normal
says.
things are in there.
Yeah.
Then, do you think...
Sarah. Ace swallowed. Junpei could feel his hand begin to sweat. Only Clover seemed unaffected.
Well, we won't know if we don't open it.
She walked up to the door.
And put her hand on the knob, sorry.
It opened easily, and without so much as a pause, she walked in. Junpei and Ace followed. The first thing they saw
Woo!
was this dude. Was a man on the floor covered in blood.
I do love the expressions here.
It's so cute.
Like Clover doing this.
I love that little sprite. She's like,
oh.
Reminds me of a sprite from a character in the next game. Junpei felt his body seize up. His mouth went dry and he felt very, very cold.
Are you winning, Cap?
The blood in his veins slowed to a crawl and his heart tightened like a fist. At least your blood is still crawling.
Yeah. Still going.
Again.
Not again.
Junpei's like, with this shit again.
This was the third time he'd seen the horror of death laid out before him.
He was honestly pretty fucking tired of it.
He didn't think it was something he could stand to see much more of. Still, he had begun to accept that whatever it was that he had saw, whatever happened to him was beyond his control. Whatever force controlled him was driven by a determination that he could not hope to match.
Well,
Damn.
A sense of helplessness, of desperation washed over him. Left behind a feeling of utter emptiness that wormed its way through his body like acid.
Ace is pretty fucking tall. There are, when his sprite is next to, I notice it when he's standing next to June sometimes, just because it happens a fair amount. She is so little compared to him.
She is like titty height on him.
Yeah, which is like, she is like 5'2" or something like that,
Yeah.
but still, yeah, no, he's so much taller than, like, most other characters.
No, wait. We didn't check his pulse yet. Maybe he's still alive.
Buddy.
I don't know about that, my man.
Fueled by that spark of hope, Junpei ran to the man's body. And his heart fell. When he touched his hand to his neck,
No pulse.
his pupils had dilated and he wasn't breathing.
Well, he's dead. Damn. If only we knew how it happened.
Junpei left the man's already stiff body. There was a deep red wound on his chest.
These wounds. I wonder what killed him.
Junpei did not have to wonder long.
It must have been this.
A fireman's axe. For lying next to the corpse was an axe. The entire blade of it was drenched in bright red blood. From the shape of the man's wound, there could be no doubt that it had been made by the axe. Junpei looked at the body again. A lake of blood stretched out around it. It was wearing the clothes of a ship's captain, though they were stained with blood.
These clothes. A captain. Does that mean this guy was Zero?
On his left hand was a bracelet. The number on the bracelet was...
Bracelet 0.
0. It was the only thing that Junpei... It was only then that Junpei noticed the stench of blood that filled the room. I hate how bloody that man's fingernails are.
Yeah.
He couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing else for him to say. It was too simple, too obvious, too straightforward. If there hadn't been a dead man on the floor, Junpei might have thought it was a joke.
Junpei.
It may be wise to find a way out of here first.
It's like,
Yeah,
I don't want to be
you're right.
here. Let's go. I don't want to be here.
I hate it here. It sucks.
It's smelly.
It's really funny, when I was practicing this room earlier, I was trying to sort of go very quickly through it, and Clover doesn't let you leave the room if you haven't looked at the TVs yet, which is very funny.
Junpei, where are you going?
I was gonna pop over to the communications office and talk to Ace.
You're gonna leave me alone in here? You could, stay here with me a little longer. There are still lots of places we haven't looked.
I just think it's funny. It's like, you have to. You must. You have no choice. There's a bunch of weird buttons on here. They probably switch what you see on the screens.
Do you know how to work this thing?
Why don't we just press one of these... like, this one? Well, I guess it does change the...
Hey, what's in the middle one?
The hell is this? There's a camera pointed at the door over there.
Oh, it's at the door.
Yeah.
Huh, weird. Weird about that.
Yeah.
Why is there a camera pointed at the door?
The hexadecimal hint. Not hexadecimal, but base whatever.
New material has been added to the file screen.
Huh.
Junpei snorted with a grim humor for the second time since he'd come into the room. The 4 screens along the bottom had a single letter each, spelling out
Z-E-R-O, huh? It's like he's making fun of us. What do you think?
He turned to Clover, who was standing next to him. Clover nodded.
Nothing.
It seemed that she cared about Little. Of course, Junpei could hardly blame her. Given the strain she was surely under, Junpei was somewhat surprised that she had responded at all. Still, he had to ask. He gestured toward the corpse.
What about him? Do you think that's really Zero?
Clover shook her head weakly.
There's no way that's him. Didn't I tell you already? Zero is one of us.
Yeah, right. Well, even if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be Zero.
Huh?
Don't you get it? the letters that spell 0 on the TV screen, the captain's clothes he's got on, and of course, the bracelet with a 0 on it. It's too obvious. Look, this is 0 right here. This dead body is 0. Isn't that kind of fishy?
You're right. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that.
I love it
No,
how
but
Junpei
that's
said
not
that
the point.
exactly like how I would have said that.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work, which makes me wonder. I think
Not
this
gonna
is
read
a
that out,
challenge.
Evan Smith?
That was
Challenge
weird.
for the
Yeah, I
person
was
who's
waiting
really
for it.
behind all of this.
I don't think I cut him off.
Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse was 0, they'd never have put a bracelet on him. Walking around with a 0 bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, "I did it!" Anyone with a brain
did
would
it.
be able to see that this guy is supposed to look like everything 0 is supposed to be. Just like we did. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was 0 and put the bracelet on him anyway. Do you know why?
Why?
Like I said, he's mocking us. Too bad, suckers. This isn't 0.
Where's the real me then? See if you can catch me.
I'm loving these imitations he keeps doing.
Where's the real me then? See if you can catch me. I love.
It's the same bad joke
really
a lot
good.
of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles.
That's really twisted. But it all...
Yeah, you're right. It's really childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me.
Junpei bent down next to the corpse.
Alright, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man?
I don't know.
And what's this guy's deal? Who is he?
How would I know that? If I...
You have no idea who he is.
Why would I?
Junpei sat back on his haunches and thought.
We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover.
Huh?
We gotta flip him over. How else are we gonna search his pocket?
Clover didn't move.
Okay, fine. Guess I'll do it.
Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own.
Here we go.
He grabbed hold of the area not completely covered in blood and shoved. It took a moment, but eventually, Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. But just as it did,
Huh?
something fell from the man's left wrist.
Hey, it's the...
The bracelet with the 0 on the face.
Yes, they pop off when you die.
Remember, they pop off when you
God.
die. Junpei stared at the bracelet.
This man... He's dead, isn't he?
We've already confirmed
No,
that.
it's just...
We just
I
like
guess I didn't really think about it until right now.
you took his pulse.
If his bracelet's off, that means he's dead.
Well,
Yes.
it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure out that he's dead.
Yeah. I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious.
I do like the splatter brush that they used.
Yeah.
Well, he looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though. You know?
Jesus, Junpei.
Junpei!
I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive. I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but...
Yes, it
It
is.
has it better, you know?
Bruh.
Dying from a bomb going off inside of you? I mean, that's just...
Junpei.
Junpei.
Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin.
Junpei.
I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something. There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm.
Aha.
His left arm.
Aha.
And,
Suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
What did you just say?
I think Clover might have picked it up too.
Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway.
oh man, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean,
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
Arm?
Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but I mean, didn't you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him.
Fucking right. Like, this actually, by being an insensitive prick, Clover knows her brother's alive now.
Yay!
There's no way I was gonna see the details.
Clover took a quick, deep breath.
Are you sure it was his left arm?
Junpei thought back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
And he had a broken bone, right?
What the hell are you getting at here?
Just shut up and answer me!
She shoved her face closer to his. He could see the fire in her eyes.
God.
Junpei winced and swallowed.
It's
Yeah,
so funny
he
because
did.
this is the thing that saves his life.
Yeah.
It was pretty bad too. The bone was sticking out of the arm.
No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed.
Clover? What's wrong? Look, I'm sorry if I said anything.
Suddenly she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do.
Thank you.
It was close to the last thing he had expected to hear.
Huh? What are you...
Junpei had no idea what just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. So he simply stood there, confused.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened.
Clover is so short.
Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms.
Hey, what's going on with you?
I'm sorry, it's just... I'm so...
Why?
The body in the shower room, it isn't his. It isn't my brother.
Huh?
It's not Snake.
Why on earth would you think that?
Because his left arm is...
She stopped herself.
I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this.
Junpei decided to be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart.
But he's still alive. I'm so happy.
Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight.
I'm so glad. Junpei, you were right.
Huh?
No matter what happens, you can never lose hope.
Aww.
You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out.
Leaf words, baby.
Leaf words. It was a laminated bookmark with a 4-leaf clover.
I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everybody, and I was angry and miserable. But because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me...
Yeah.
Junpei hadn't thought his words would have had such an effect on her. Her words were making him feel a little awkward.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended not to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room.
In another world, I might have buried that axe in your back. Yeah.
Oh, if you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa.
Santa? Why?
Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too.
Interesting.
Oh.
Then suddenly...
Yeah, because Clover also mentions in a prior conversation, if you will recall, when Junpei knows the leaf words, she's like, huh, it must be a coincidence. because you don't know anything about... You don't have weird associations with the word experiment, so it's weird that you know the leaf words.
So why does
Santa
know the leaf words?
What's his connection? Much to think about.
Clover broke away from Junpei.
Huh?
He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace across the room. Now she's at the left.
I love the kind of faux animation they do.
Right.
That's so
6
good.
steps to the left. 6 steps to the right. Another 6 to the left. And then she stopped.
Did Santa really tell you those things?
Not Clover, you gotta go right, left, right, left, right, left. These connections are interesting to me. I think that's correct.
Yeah.
If we run down the line, Ace has a connection, Snake has a connection, Santa now potentially has a connection, Clover has a connection, Seven has a connection, Lotus has a connection, and Ninth Man had some kind of connection. So yeah, the only ones that we don't have any... The only ones who do not appear to have any connection to the previous Nonary games are June and Junpei. And then they have a connection to each other.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Her eyes were serious, but not angry.
Yeah, he did. Did I say something wrong?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news. I think.
You think?
Santa knew about the words and the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
Subjects?
Subjects.
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago, with my brother and me. But
My
he's
brother
gone.
and me.
And I was part of the Nevada test group.
Hello?
So neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who were on this boat.
Whoa. Okay, time out.
Junpei held up his hands.
We are getting information.
He took a deep breath and let it out.
Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start with
Shit
one.
always
and then move to
happens in
2 and
Nevada.
3 and 4
Jamie,
and so on.
there's always gonna be dropping nonsense about Nevada. You gotta be braced for that.
If
you
it's
don't tell
something
me
weird,
stuff
it's
in the
Nevada.
right order,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
never gonna be able to figure it out.
Okay.
Clover nodded.
All right, let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago?
Do you know about morphogenetic fields?
Great.
Morphogenetic fields.
He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine.
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
I think Lotus mentioned something like that.
Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded.
Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar.
So they were testing telepathy on this ship?
Yeah, I guess so.
So, what exactly did they have you guys do?
The same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing.
What?
The Nonary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada, and the game started.
Junpei grabbed the sides of his head.
Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What do the Nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Am I missing something here?
Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops in your head?
Santa talked about this with the rats. Emergency and emerge.
Yeah.
That's
Do you
an
ever think
epiphany.
about that?
And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy.
Did they do horse racing in Vegas? I think that those are different things. I don't think Vegas is known for its horses.
What are you people fucking talking about? We're getting lore.
When you add danger to that equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
So you're saying the nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger?
Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger.
Couldn't be just your run-of-the-mill
It had to be
danger.
life and death.
Okay.
Well, she didn't.
It had to be life and death.
Those were two different reads of the same line, by the way. She said that very slightly differently. That's really funny.
And someone did actually die. A girl.
A girl died. I don't know if we knew that it was a girl before, but now we do.
Oh no, we did know.
We did
Seven
know?
mentioned that a girl died.
Okay. I knew that Seven mentioned someone died. I couldn't remember if we knew that the person who died was a girl. But regardless, for sure, a girl died in the nonary game.
Junpei felt a sudden grip of despair on his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful squeezed, and for a moment he felt very, very empty and alone.
Yeah. I think Jamie might be doing the math.
And she was, what, could you say that she was killed?
Might you say?
She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada. I never met her, but I did hear her name.
What was her name?
Her name was...
Clover, what was her name?
The sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around.
Oh, my apologies. I seem to have disturbed you.
Fuck off,
You keep
Hongo!
on doing this.
Get out of my sight,
Ace.
you pharmaceutical bitch.
You two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how
Clover
you could
was
stay in
about
this
to
room for so
say really pertinent information. Piss off, piss grandpa. Yeah.
Ace glanced down at the floor. At the corpse covered in blood.
At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind as to come and help me with something? I'm having a little trouble and I could really use your assistance.
Are you looking at faces?
Come on, it'll only take a moment.
With that, he turned and walked back toward the communications office. Clover waited until he was out of sight, then spoke in a small, quiet voice.
I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later.
Please tell me her name.
Yeah, what was her name?
Wait.
They call that prejudice.
Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling.
Junpei, what are you doing in there? Hurry up.
Get your ass over here. Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off toward the communications office.
For the record, without all the dialogue cutscenes, this room takes like 3 minutes to complete. We've been in here forever, it feels like. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
I thought that was like an abacus for a second.
Yeah, totally. No, not you. Not you. Combine, combine. Taking it apart. Put the ink on the thing. We get the paper. It's paper. Combine it. We roll out the Morse code chart. And I really hope I don't have to memorize this. I can't remember. Because that's a lot of Morse code. Okay, yeah. There we go. Excellent work, Junpei. Good job. Go fuck yourself. hate you. We got the drawer. We got the
The
butte.
drawer. A red file lay in the drawer. Hey, remember when we saw this last time and Junpei was like, I can't understand this shit, bye.
Yeah.
Junpei reached down and picked it up.
Fun fact, I forgot this book was here because when you do this in Memories of the Escape, the book is just not in the drawer. It's just the key in there. That's how they skip the conversation.
Oh my god.
Looks like there's something on the cover. A-L-L-I-C-E.
All ice.
All ice. Alice. Does this mean...
Ah, he's putting it together now, this time around.
Junpei couldn't hold back. He had to know what was in that file.
And he still couldn't read hieroglyphics, so...
Each page was covered in strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horned animals, wings, and even kneeling humans. These were many pages in the file, and each was full of these strange symbols.
What the hell is this?
He didn't realize he had spoken out loud until Ace looked over at him.
They are hieroglyphs, a form of writing used in ancient Egypt.
Ancient Egypt?
That's right.
Can you read them?
Of course. I can't. What would make you think I could?
Okay, that was funny.
What the hell?
Of course, I can't.
Junpei flipped through a few more pages.
Okay, so which one of these dumbasses has the secret knowledge of hieroglyphics, which comes in handy? That does seem like what should happen next.
Yeah.
Is that Clover's gonna walk in and be like, oh, I know what this says.
It wasn't just one or two pages that were covered in strange symbols. Every single page was covered in them.
Whoa, the whole thing's like that.
Trying to read them was pointless. Junpei wasn't going to waste any more time with them. He made to close the file, and something fell out.
Huh?
Oh?
What's that?
He bent down and picked it up.
Oh, a key card.
Bottom deck library.
Junpei hit the bottom button. There was a symbol on it that reminded Junpei of the symbol for the Saturn and Mercury key cards.
Now, we have gotten this key card, correct? We have not used it.
Yeah.
I think that we have picked it up and just never been presented with a chance to use it
because
because
they
we
didn't.
got
I don't think
murdered.
they ever saw the door which it opens up.
Right, yeah, because I don't remember where exactly it's at, but it's not where we have been able to access it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I do believe we have gotten this card before because I remember that.
This one, however, had a dot in the center of the male symbol.
Uranus. That's the Uranus symbol.
Junpei looked over to see Ace examining the card. In addition to the Uranus symbol, there were 3 words engraved on the card as well.
Yeah, we would have gotten it in accent. There's sort of... I feel like I can say this. The safe and true ends both have kind of like companion bad endings in the sense that they go very similarly to bad endings. The true end, because it has the same final door as the axe ending, if you miss the flags, you get axe ending because you have fucked up with Clover.
Yeah, you've not given Clover hope.
Right. I think safe end is analogous to knife. Like, it's similar to knife.
Yeah.
Because it has the same final door.
Yeah, the main difference is what Junpei and June decide to investigate, because they go to decide to look at the shower.
Yep.
Instead of splitting up.
Mm-hmm.
Something's written on the bottom.
Yeah.
Bottom
So we
deck
would have gotten this
library.
card in axe
This must be
end.
the key to the library, then.
So it would seem.
Bottom deck library. Oh.
Junpei remembered something he'd heard from Seven when they'd been in the chemical closet.
Oh-ho.
Seven said something like...
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic.
Y'all, we're looking for a mummy.
Guys, we're gonna find a fucking mummy.
Evil mean the bottom deck, and the Forest of Knowledge is the library? Then could Alice be in a room somewhere beyond the library?
Maybe so.
What's wrong? Something on your mind?
Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace looking at him, curiosity and concern written across his face in equal parts.
Yeah. I just remembered something.
Is that so? What about?
Well, don't laugh, okay?
There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began to explain his theory to Ace. Then he stopped. It wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know. who Alice was supposed to be. So he told Ace everything June had told him.
The Egyptian priestess and Ice 9. Interesting.
And the woman who wouldn't melt, who was recovered from the Titanic disaster, they called her All Ice, which eventually turned into Alice. And she was purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordain. According to Seven, this ship is where he hid Alice.
And you think that he hid her in a small room, beyond the library on the bottom deck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is just a theory.
Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absent-mindedly stroking his beard.
That's really funny. A game with upbeat music at the same moment as this explanation.
Is it the fish game? After a few moments, his hand stopped. He turned slowly to look at Junpei, and his brows drew together.
Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS?
Cass.
It stands for Cells Alive System. It is an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Put simply, it is a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals. Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within its cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane. CAS, however, works differently.
Of course
The
he'd know
object
this
to be
shit, you
frozen
medical
is
guy.
supercooled using magnetic fields, and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form.
This is like definitely bullshit.
It was originally developed for the preservation of food, as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Now, however, there are
I believe
rumors
that there
it can
might be
used for
applications
other things.
of it for like things like food or something. You can't do that to living things. I don't think.
that would still
What do you
probably
mean,
kill him.
other things?
Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel.
Space travel? Taking people into space?
Space
That's some
travel.
bullshit.
Are you serious?
Surely you've heard of suspended animation, cryogenic freezing? It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space.
That was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting.
Whoa, wait a minute there.
Ace looked at him and raised an eyebrow.
Are you saying that Alice was frozen using that Cass thing?
Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. If this special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed exist, and casts were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously.
You think she could be alive?
I mean, I know people have been able to go into space. What do you take me for a moon landing
Well,
was
I
fake
can't
type
say
of
for sure,
person?
course. I'm only talking about
I'm
possibilities.
insulted.
The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? If she were put somewhere where she could reach that temperature.
That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about?
You're quite right. It does sound unbelievable. But if she had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor.
Maybe the mummy killed him.
You mean the guy dressed like a captain?
Bruh?
Yes,
Dude.
he was dead when we found him. Clearly, he was murdered.
You are so weird.
But if he was murdered, then by whom? It couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible.
Is that
In
true?
order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1.
Yeah, he's not the most hinged, I think is fair to say.
Yeah.
That door that requires the Earth key prevented us
It's
from
also
accessing
possible that
door
he's
1.
just trying to use any excuse possible to make people not think he's suspicious. Just kind of is like, we can't assume that Zero is one of us because that makes us all suspicious of each other. We have to be so trusting of each other. We have to be so trusting.
Yeah.
Lotus, come with me. You're trusting me? You trusting me?
Yeah.
Who was it that opened that door?
Santa and Lotus.
right. Clearly, the two of them could not have opened door 1, or any other door for that matter. Who else then could have done so?
Junpei thought for a second.
Nobody. After Santa and Lotus used the Earth Key, they turned back and met up with me and June. Then we returned to the large hospital room and found Ace, Seven, and Clover. While we'd gone into the shower room, Ace, Seven, and Clover had stayed behind. But it's impossible for those three to open door 1. But what about when June and I took the elevator to door 2?
And when you were talking about sex?
No, it still won't work. We were only gone 5 minutes. No human being could have run to the captain's
Yeah, because Lotus was like, I have kids, is that a problem?
It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer. That being the case, who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well.
Remember when we chose the one option when talking to Santa, saying, like, maybe it was someone who was on the ship for a long time who fixed the red?
Yeah. You know who else might know the ship well, Ace? Someone who organized a fucking experiment on one 9 years ago. Know anything about that?
Yeah.
Who would know the
You know how
location
puzzles
of
work.
all the hidden passages and secret doors.
So would somebody who put them there.
Yeah.
The numbered door would mean nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters.
Then you're saying the killer was Alice?
It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Ace drew his thumb across his lips thoughtfully.
Well, this is all only one possible theory.
Just saying, it's a possibility.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. He was killed through the morphogenetic field, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Somebody sent him evil brainwaves and he died.
Yeah.
I need them to properly explain the morphogenetic field so bad.
Is she really somewhere on
Just
the
so that
ship?
I can start making highly specific jokes about it.
Mm-hmm. Junpei had only one clue. The key card in his hand.
Throwing knives through the field. The shapes of living organisms and also these weapons.
Using the morphogenetic field to pick up the axe and kill a man with it.
Maybe this card will give me access to the Forest of Knowledge. And the big mystery. What could be there beyond the Forest of Knowledge? Anyway.
In a small room.
Whatever. It's gonna have to wait. I can't. I'll come back to this later.
He gripped the key card tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket.
Well, it's not quite the male key because it does have the dot in the middle, so it is more like the male presenting nipples key.
Better than what I was going to say.
It's not even that late yet.
Yeah, it's fucking...
It's like 9?
Yeah, it's 9:15. I am drinking, but it
Yeah.
hasn't really hit me at all.
I'm gonna get myself
I'm
a
also not
drink
gonna know
on
until
break.
stand, I guess.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll be on break soon because I'm about to... Spoiler alert, I'm about to find it.
The way out?
I do believe so. Gotta pull out my cheat again.
You should take a look at that camera.
I should.
A camcorder.
Looks like it's pointed at the door.
Well, the power's on.
Why would someone want to videotape a door?
Oh, you know.
You know. Control panel for the electronic lock.
Junpei, look! There's a minus sign on the screen.
There's 8 of them. That probably means we've got to put in 8 digits.
Do you think you can figure it out?
Yeah, we got it. Oh, I'm sorry. You're not going to explain to me how to press buttons this time? Oh, no, you are. Okay. Okay, no, that was brief. He kept it brief. I'll give him that. I've explained this puzzle last time, but basically, the gist of it is that, Z, E, R, O were on the screens. You convert each of those numbers as if they're, base whatever, representing a number. It's basically if you continued hexadecimal all the way down to Z, what number would each of those be in that it's a really big base. I don't remember. It's base whatever. But you do that for each of the numbers. So Z is 35, E is 14, R is 27, and O is 24. Fuck. I missed.
Maybe you do need those instructions.
Shut up! You're mean to me, you insult me.
Good job, Junpei.
It's funny. This is the puzzle I actually struggled with one of the most in the whole game. I remember I was on this for a very long time because my math was a little bit off when I was trying to convert the stuff. I remember this one I repeatedly failed purposely because if you do that, Clover will start to take pity on you and start giving you helpful hints.
Also, I do want to point out that you know how the sprites usually have a blinking thing? In this one she has suddenly randomly opens her eyes.
A reverse blink.
Seriously.
I love it. Excellent, you seem to have unlocked it. Go fuck yourself.
Die.
Good work, Junpei. Eat shit. Alright, let's go.
So what was the fucking puzzle he needed help with?
Yeah, wait, what did he call Junpei in there for?
I don't know.
I guess
fucking
he just,
ink on the
he didn't understand it. I don't know.
Or maybe do you think maybe he was listening in? It was like,
that's possible. I think he was probably listening in. Alright, so, I said I would call a break here, because I have to pee, and I want a snack also.
Yes,
so
I need to make myself dinner, because soup did not work out earlier.
I'm gonna call 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, 10 minutes sounds
potentially a little bit longer, depending on how long food and stuff takes, but tentatively we'll be back at like 9:30ish. So have a good break, everybody. Get some snacks, get some water.
We left some chicken nuggets in the freezer.
We did leave some chicken nuggets in the freezer.
Be good for the babysitter.
Yes. Alright, we will be back shortly. See you soon.